Ei se meni. Torahos ja sitten tuli paskannus. Paskat housussa vaeltaa, leipäjonon laustaa. Atuksissa leitä vaan, kohta taas mä pukataan. Paskat housussa vaeltaa, leipäjonon laustaa. Atuksissa leitä vaan, kohta taas mä pukataan. Noppena, anna hörppy. Taas siitä kuule vaan niin popisätä. Pumin kulmalta tököt keräämään ja sitten katsotaan kummalla on enemmän paskaa housussa. Ai että kun on hyvä. Joo. Paskat housussa vaeltaa, leipäjonon lahustaa. Aatoksissa liitä vaan, kohtastaan mä huikataan. Paskat housussa vaeltaa, leipäjonon lahustaa. Aatoksissa liitä vaan, kohtastaan mä huikataan. Paskat housussa vaeltaa, leipäjonon lahustaa. Aatoksissa liitä vaan, kohtastaan mä huikataan. Paskat housussa vaeltaa, leipäjonon lahustaa. Aatoksissa liitä vaan, kohtastaan mä huikataan. Hetki vielä ja huikataan. Hetki vielä ja huikataan. Hetki vielä.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Summer. Summer.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay? You guys, anybody where it snows, do people panic as much as they do around here when it snows? Everybody's like, oh my god, it's gonna snow! Oh my god! I forgot the milk and bread. Okay. Cool. I'm making sure that's not just me. Because everybody's like, oh my god! I forgot the cream fresh! Shelly! You know? I live in Colorado, not really. Just another winter. Yeah, okay. Alright. Well, that's good. Good morning. Stuff like it's a window. Shut down everything. Wow. Destroy everything. Hang on, you're a robot. Confirmed. Okay. I forgot the creep phrase. How's everybody doing? Are we ready to do some airport action today?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I make 81-3 sub. Quietos. Eve aumenta. Terve. Thanks, man. All right. Let's load up cities, shall we? You guys can just watch the starting screen, though. I'm gonna load up cities. Yeah? Okay. All right. Straight up. I just had a slice of pizza, and it was pepperoni, and there's a piece of pepperoni stuck between my teeth, and I'm gonna go insane. Nope. This is not acceptable. I need a toothpick, and I need to brush my teeth. I'll be right back. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. I can't stand it. I can't stand pepperoni stuck in my teeth. Much better. Oh. Quick brush, quick hit with the water pick. We're good. Oh, I hate that. I can't stand it. It's terrible. I can't stand food stuck in my teeth. Anyway. How many strong back arms do you want? Yes. What is this? Who is this company? What's happening here? No signal with pedal cam on? Man. Go. Thank you. JPL is a new director, hailing from Mass. Lori Leshin has been selected by Caltech to the next JPL director. Leshin is an internationally recognized scientist and administrator, having served as deputy administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Mission Directorate and director of science and exploration at NASA Goddard. Most recently, president of WPI. Hey! She's WPI, that killer. Oh yeah, Central Mass represent that guy. An accomplished space scientist, is a member of the MSL science team that analyzes data from Curiosity rover. In many ways, this feels like a homecoming. Dude, what a beast. Dude, what a freaking beast. She's a freaking animal there. It's freaking awesome. Is she, so she's from around here, Boring? She was chair at WPI? Got workers banging around. Yeah, dude, I told you. There's a construction site like 20 feet out my window. I don't know who the heck decides they're going to have an addition in the middle of winter, but hey, whatever, dude. I don't judge. And I'm not about to go tell those guys to shut up. They'll hit me with a hammer. PLD Space is making 2 vehicles. The Miura 1, good name, and the Miura 5. Miura 1 is a suborbital rocket, while Miura 5 being the orbital recovery via parachute. Why so many holder arms? Oh, I see. It's an over-the-top strongback. Yeah, I get it. Oh, no, it's not. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Patrick, I'm confused. Yes, I am. Who are these people? Thomas, I've never heard. European New Space Company. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Sweet. Is being cut over. Ren! 5 subs. Thanks, man. I love you, buddy. Amateur hour, yeah. Amateur hour. Ugh. She was the president of WPI for the past. All right. Hang on. I'm looking her up. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look her up. I'm looking it up. She's 16 president of WPI. Cool. Wow. Dude, that's one hell of a resume. Holy crap, dude. Well, I just brushed my teeth, Lori, so there. Damn, dude. Hey, Joe, what's going on? Based out of Spain, the first launch will be from the Vega Patakuru, which is interesting. Oh, neat. Oh, here. Coder, let me add you to regular so we don't. Here, you can post. Yeah, don't worry about it, dude. You can just post links. It's fine. I trust you. I trust pretty much most of the people in here. Pretty much. Some of you, though. Yarg, I got my eyes on you. He's not even here. All right, let's go. You want to learn how to build an airport? Let's build an airport. I got to burp, and I don't want to burp into the microphone because this one's going to be a bad one. Oh. That one shook the house. Dude, I didn't watch that clip last night because I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know how close we came. All I know is I looked in the rearview mirror of the car right after we crossed the tracks and saw the train. Recovery operations for Miura 5. Miura. Parachute. Huh. Okay. Why is this the first time I'm hearing about PLD space? Quick question, do you use mods? Oh yeah. Westigator, yeah, absolutely. Investigator, nice. Hey Enroy, could you magically transfer all your modeling knowledge to me so I can remake a 2012 F1 car? I mean, I could give you tips. Yeah, man, dude, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll tell you everything I know. If you want. I mean, how in depth do you want to get here? And what type of model, what software are you using? That guy almost got wrecked by that train. Like, it was close. Here, I'll show you guys. You guys got it's close. The static radio kind of drowns out the train noise, so I don't think I'm going to listen to the radio when we're driving near train tracks. Dude, watch this clip. It's not good. Hey, Dr. K. Nice. You need sound. We're running a little bit fuel rich. Here, I'll go to this side so you, that's the desktop. I'll go to this side so you can see, Call the Bongulance! I'm having a stroke! Dude, it's bad. But Enroy, if you need help, I got you, dude. I'll tell you everything I know. You know, best I could do is put some freaking use to that knowledge. I paid a lot of money for that knowledge, so, you know, let's try to make some money back on it, huh? Investigator, I was here earlier as well. Westifiz. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, Westifiz. All right, I got you. Hermit, what are you saying here? I had a thought last night for your airport. Your main runway that you had modded, I believe, should have a displaced threshold. Planes can still take off at the beginning of the runway, but landing planes would land further down the runway in order to have clearance from the cross runway just below it. We could do that. I agree. I think this is way too close. This is too close to this runway. Like, by a long shot. It's not really paying for knowledge. You don't have to pay for anything. Today I learned the SEA had flares. Yeah, Thomas. Edmana linked an article about that last night. Yeah. I saw that. It has chaff. Countermeasures. Some Air Force One stuff, or VC-25, I should say. Apparently the landing gear didn't go up after takeoff. Uh-oh. Oh, CRJ-900. Oh. I got hit by that dang train last night. Oof. So yeah, I honestly think 20 should be a displaced threshold, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, yeah, we can do that. I think the runway threshold we should probably like put it over here or something, because it is awfully close. But then again, I could always move this runway. We could move it. And we could shift the river. I could tuck this train track up against this wall right here. That's not the right way to say that. We could redo this train track. Actually, you know what would be not the worst idea? Taking the train track and just moving it. Making it go this way. Making the track go this way. And then over here, where the cargo terminal is going to be, because I have a feeling we're going to need trains over there anyway, and then having the track circle around. There's a little bit of a grade right there. You'd have the track circle around, and train tracks crossing the glide slope is not that big of a deal, as long as it's not like right next to it. It's okay. And then we could have the tracks go We could have the tracks loop through, and they could come down here underneath the intersection, right? We could have a split track for the train station, and then we can make them cross and loop right back in over here. That's actually not a bad idea, because that'll give us more space, and we can dig a new channel for this river, and we could move the terrain here and fill it in, right? Fill that sucker in, and then we can move the runway, which probably isn't a bad idea because this runway is way too close to the taxiway per FAA regulations. But the runway does look good, though. The runway do be looking good, though. San Diego is a good reference point. Little different scenario because it's for the tall buildings. Yeah. I've flown into San Diego for TwitchCon before, Hermit. Yeah, that airport's pretty. That's a hell of an approach. You can also put blast ramps at the end of the runway by the tracks. Yeah. Yeah, I wish you could have wind-based runway switching. That would be cool. But, so, okay, there's something that we haven't experimented with. The mod pack has two-way runways. The mod pack does have two-way runways, and it has two-way taxiways. I'm not sure what that's going to do with this. I'm not sure if the AI will understand what that means. We'd have to test it. We'd have to experiment with it. We can do that, but... Oh, it did hold short. That's actually pretty cool. Hold short, runway 20. So, I mean, that's possible. We could do it. You and I both know if they land both ways, there will be major plane clipping. I think I want to keep the runway one way, J-Speed. Yeah. I think I want to... Now, why did that hand banana airplane do that? It just went straight up. Huh. Okay. Unrestricted climb. Yeah, Reborn, right? Chief, how you doing, buddy? So... Yeah, moving that train track. Moving the train track. Heck, dude, we could move the train track and have it go under the airport. Wouldn't be the first time stuff like that has been done. But yeah, we worked on runway 2 and 20 here, which is 2 runways. Keep in mind, one tarmac can be 2 runways. Runways are directional. So you'd say this is runway 20, that's runway 2. But honestly, you wouldn't refer to this as as runway 220. That's not... You shouldn't call it that. That's not how... I said that in front of a pilot, and he's like, which runway are you talking about? That's 2 runways. Why did you say 2 runways? And I'm like, okay. All right, I'm not doing that right. Did you see Kemi's now the team principal for the factory Kawasaki MX Motocross GP? No, I didn't see that, but that's cool. Of course. Kemi wasn't going anywhere. Kemi seems like the type of guy that you just... He won't stop driving. He won't stop doing things with motorsport. Maybe he'll stop... Okay, so stop driving, but he won't stop doing things with motorsport. No way. It's just like, you know, take your favorite sports player, right? Your favorite sports player retires and becomes a coach. Some guys and girls, you just can't... You can't keep them away. Kimmy loves dirt bikes. I don't blame him. Dirt bikes are cool, man. Diggs. Hey, you got me into cities again. Now I'm really good at it. I just finished a highway interchange, which I don't think I've ever done before. Let's see what we got here, Ace. I'm going to look at that San Diego approach in a second. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Hey, yeah, no, this is good. You have like a... Okay, so it's like a turbine iron cross. It's half and half. That's cool, man. Not bad for a first completion. That's pretty damn good, actually. Nice. The road sculpting is quite nice. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff, dude. Nice job, TX. I'm serious. This is good work. All right, let's see. What do we got here? So, yeah, displaced threshold. See? At one point, once upon a time, the runway started right here, long time ago. And then they said, you know, Trying to have planes like touch down right here is probably a bad idea. Because, you know, that means the planes have to get absurdly low over this. San Diego's a hell of an approach. Look, the city is like right there. I've gone in on this approach. Hey. I've gone in on this approach before. Yep, that's what I thought I saw. An F-106 and an SR-70 and an SR-71 right next to each other. It could be an A-12, I don't know. Couldn't tell. Oh. No, not an F-106. Oh, even better. Who knows what that is? Who knows what that is? That's not an F-106. That's even crazier. If somebody knows what that thing is, you get points. It's got skis. It's an airplane. Oh, you got me.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sea Dart? Here, let's see if you're right. Crazy, right? It's so freaking cool. That's such a cool plane. It's a seaplane, guys. Hydrofoil. Straight up. Straight up hydrofoil. Isn't that cool? It's got retractable pontoons, man. The only reason I know what this plane is because I borrowed this idea for the K-90 in Kerbal. You guys know the K-90 has the deployable pontoons that get it up out of the water. Same thing. I made a bigger version of this. Are they pontoons or are they just skis? Actually, yeah, no, Drummer, they're just skis. Yeah, they're not pontoons. That's not the right word. Yeah, freaking crazy, dude. Convair. It's a seaplane. It's a fighter seaplane. It gets going, and the jets are on the top so they don't ingest water, right? So you don't hydrolock the jet. Well, not hydrolock. You wouldn't hydrolock it. You'd flame out, right? The jets are on the top, and it gets going fast, and then it picks it up out of the water and takes off, just like the K-90. The K-90, I used this idea. I used this idea from Convair. It's not an Ekrenoplane. No. It's a fighter. Fighter jet, dude. Like, straight up fighter. Who said Sea Dart? Who got it right? Guardian with the 20-monther in there. Vecmaster. My guy. My guy. Good eye, dude. You get points from me, dude. Not everybody knows what that plane is. That's a hard one. But yeah. Anyway, displaced threshold. Let's go. We could do this. Yeah, Theix. Yeah, it looks like we got a displaced threshold on this side too. You don't want to fly your plane into that boat ramp. Actually, wait a minute. Abandoned boat ramp. Look at this, fellas. This was a seaplane ramp. Look. This was a seaplane ramp and they filled it in. And there's part of the ramp left. And people are using it for storage. Flying boats. Definitely. Interesting. I never noticed that. That's the drug lord's secret base. Yeah. Yeah, we've flown into San Diego before. What's this tarmac for over here? Huh. I'm sure that's there for a reason. This looks like this airport was a lot bigger at some point, and then this looks like a university. It's not a drag strip. That looks like a ramp. Wait a minute, that's the Marine Corps recruiting depot. I thought it was at Pendleton. Oh. I know what this is. Yeah, Xeon. Yeah, you kind of gave it away. Yep. Parade. It's parade grounds for when you pass. For when you pass the crucible, right? Well, not the crucible, but you know what I'm talking about. It's the parade deck. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. I'm like, wait a minute, what is that? That's the parade grounds. That's cool. So, when you pass boot, you march up and down the parade grounds, and people get to see you. And they announce that you've become a Marine. Gee, probably should have just looked at the football field. That probably would have clued me in as to what this is. And when I said it was a university, that's not entirely wrong. It's not entirely wrong, to be fair. What is the largest airport in the world? Do you have an idea? Manikan, do you want the largest airport by area or the airport that handles the most traffic? The largest airport by size is Jeddah. No, it's in Saudi Arabia. It's the Royal Airport in Saudi Arabia. That's the biggest one by volume. It's not Jeddah. Jeddah's where the Formula 1 race is. Riyadh, I think, is what it's called. I think that's the biggest airport by volume. You can see it from space. It's pretty big. Yeah, that's a big airport. I think that's by surface area, though. That's not the busiest airport by any shot. Here, we'll go over to Abu Dhabi. I'm not sure what the biggest one is. I know the busiest. Where's Aberdaber? Yeah, that's a big airport. That's a big one. Yeah, that's a big one. Very big. Take me to the brig. I want to see the real Marines. Well, the Marine Corps West Coast Training Grounds is just north of there, Tessa. Hey, Tech, what's going on? Crayon eating school? Hey. Had a nice 12-week vacation there one summer. Yeah, I bet. Hey, don't you call them crayon eaters. You're not allowed to do that. Look, I'm saying don't call them crayon eaters for your own protection, okay? Because if you call them crayon eaters and you're not ready for it, you're gonna get your face stomped in. Right? It's not a good idea. See me, I'm prepared to have my face stomped in, so it's okay. I think Denver is the biggest one. No, I'm not sure if Denver is. It might be. So, Medic, do you want to see, like, the busiest airport? Because the busiest one we looked at, it's Hartley-Jackson. Hartley-Jackson? No, it's just... I don't think I got it right. I don't think that's the name. Hartfield-Jackson, yeah. Hartsfield-Jackson. Sorry, I was close. Sorry, I need more coffee. That's the busiest one. So, yeah, Atlanta ain't the biggest, but it's the busiest. She's a beast. LA is pretty crazy. I've never been to Atlanta. I've obviously never been to Beijing. I've been to LAX though. LAX is pretty nuts. It's a cluster up in there. How about Phoenix? Sky Harbor? Sky Harbor is not that busy compared to this. I mean, yeah, look at it. It's just, how many gates do you want? Yes. In terms of big airports, I mean, Atlanta is pretty big. Yeah, it's a pretty big one. Hong Kong probably wins the award for the coolest airport. But Kai Tak was cooler than Hong Kong. Kansai is pretty cool because it was built out in the middle of the ocean. I mean, Joe, I'll always be a Kai Tak fan. I remember reading about that. I remember reading about it closing in like middle school, and I was like bummed. Heathrow is pretty nuts, yeah. Kai Tak was insane, but Hong Kong's airport is, yeah, that's pretty dope. So Hong Kong's airport is all reclaimed. Whoa, they expanded it. When did that happen? What the frick? That's nuts, dude. That's cool. It's almost done. That's cool, man. The Hong Kong's airport, they just planed a couple of hills over here. There was an island right here that was very hilly. They just literally leveled it and pushed it into the ocean. It's pretty crazy. Hong Kong's airport is cool, man. Very cool. It's not as cool as the old airport, though. Kai Tak was awesome. Annoying, but awesome. There was an airport here. You could see where the runway approach was. They used the terrain tool. Quite literally, yeah. Where's the billboard? Joe, where's the billboard? Oh, don't tell me they took it down. To your left? It's still there? Isn't it on this hill? I thought it was on this one. When did the Hong Kong airport shut down? Late 90s? Early 2000s for Kai Tak, if I'm remembering. So, little bit of thing on Kai Tak, the old Kai Tak airport. They would try to, the winds go this way. The winds blow in over Kowloon Bay, right here. They blow this way. So they would have to, you can't land planes with a tailwind. It doesn't end well. The plane literally spins out of control when you get to lower speeds. So they had to land planes this way. The problem is there's a mountain in the way. So the approach for Kai Tak had a billboard right here. And the planes would target the billboard for landing. And they would come in right here. And then right at the very end, like right before they literally touch the tires onto the ground, they would take a right-hand turn and land at the runway. The runway threshold used to be right here. So they used to push it, they used to put it down right there. Hi, Brimo.
Why you do this? Why you leave this empty?
Oh, I don't know.
I want Coke, there's no Coke.
Out of sight, out of mind. You came in here just to tell me that? We have ginger ale. Have ginger ale.
No caffeine in ginger ale.
We have Coke at home. God damn it, woman, you will be the end of me. Emotional damage. I'm still failing to find the billboard. Where the heck is it? Joe, where's the billboard, buddy? Better get more before the storm, dude. We have coffee, Al Dessert. Damn, dude. I could have sworn the billboard was on this hill, but here, check this out. So, this produced some of the gnarliest pictures you've ever seen. There's the billboard. See it? This is not photoshopped. Let me see. Oh, I see it. Okay. All right. Yeah. Kai Tak produced... that's not photoshopped either. That's real. Crazy, right? SpaceX CLD would have been a converted human landing system. Weaknesses included a single docking port, lack of detail in the Eclipse scaling, and limited available payload power. All right. Well, I'll check out that selection statement. There's your approach. There's the checkerboard. Oh, it's still there, but it's still there. But it's kind of painted over. Yeah, see? The planes would be looking for that billboard. And you just basically pretend like that's the runway. Like, I'm pretty sure they had the glide slope. The glide slope indicators, like all the paraphernalia for a runway is just sitting on top of this hill. And then at the last second, you, instead of crashing right into the hill, you just take a right and land over there. Nobody ever had an accident, which is crazy. What is that? Graveyard. You can see the antenna in the old photo. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, see? The glide slope indicator literally is just sitting on top of that hill. It's really freaking cool. What city is this? Hong Kong. Old Kai Tak Airport. It's been long abandoned. But yeah, really cool. Anyway, let's get back to work. So we've been working on the approach here for 20. The fact that this landed there is scary. Yeah, the Concorde. Yep. It's pretty awesome. We need to bring Kai Tak back. They're never bringing Kai Tak back. Athens International Airport. What about it?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh yeah, they built that sucker. Yeah, that's a pretty big one. Nice. Hey, Fanuel, 56-month resub. Thank you. I know about St. Martin Lunchbox. Yeah, St. Martin's cool. That's an awesome approach. You're damn lucky to not have a nasty accident. It's only a matter of time. I suppose. I guess. Okay, so think we should change the markers for this thing? I mean, that would mean I'd need to change the runway lights. I think that's where we left off. We were working on the approach lights. But we have the glide slope indicator. The PAPI's in the right spot. The runway lights are correct. We have the localizers for runway 2 and runway 20 in the right spots. But the localizer for the other runway might be a little meh. Didn't it fly off the end of the runway, Joe? Just looking at the Concorde cockpit makes my ass and head. Dude, I've stood in one. I'm serious. There's not a lot of space. I think I had more room on the space shuttle's flight deck than on Concorde. Granted, I was just in a shuttle trainer. I've never stood on a space shuttle flight deck. Just the trainer. There's not a lot of space in there. Yeah, we should probably figure out what to do with this other runway today. Check out Jan's suggestion in Google. Princess Juliana International Airport. This airport has an in-use beach at the end of the runway. Is that St. Martin? That sounds like St. Martin to me. Yeah, that's St. Martin. I know about St. Martin, guys. Yeah. Landed there in Flight Sim 10 way back in the day. Yep. It's about as close to a runway threshold as you'll get. And the 747's landing in on this thing is pretty insane. There's not even enough room for a freaking taxiway. You have to turn around at the end of the runway. I met a family friend who worked at Kitech. They had to blow up the tail because it blocked the other takeoffs. Yeah. I remember reading about that, Joe. Cool. Yeah, St. Martin's pretty nuts, man. That's pretty nuts. They have to replace the fence regularly because gear keeps hitting it. Yep. All right. So what should I look at? I'm gonna go look at, I think, PDX. We should probably look at that because that has runways next to a river. But I don't think this is reclaimed land. It might be. Let's take a look. Really old pictures of Portland, though. No, it looks like Portland really hasn't. They haven't changed. See last. Look at this airport. Guys, all right. I'm just gonna say this once. Relax on. Hey, look at this airport. I'm trying to. If we do that, I'm never going to get anything done. I got to pick one airport and use it for reference. I can't use like 300 airports for reference. Why is it blurred out? All right. Is that... So that's all reclaimed. Yeah. All right. Let's go back over here. All right. What am I going to do about this train track? Look at the north side of that runway, dude. Dude. Yeah, it's got a displaced threshold again. Yeah, same idea. Okay. I think our runways are too close, Pete. I think they are. You know what? I need an airport that has runways that are close to each other. You know what? I'm gonna use O'Hare as reference. Because this has runways that are close to each other like that. And it looks like, believe it or not, it looks like they got rid of them. SeaTacs are all parallel though, Jax. I'm looking to see like what's okay for a runway threshold to be close. But I think that O'Hare eliminated all the runway parallels. Or they eliminated all the cross runways because cross runways are bad. There's one right there. Yeah, it's got... Yeah, okay. No problem, dude. It's all good. Yeah, there was a runway right here, but the threshold of that runway crossed like 2 runways. Well, the threshold crossed the taxiway. It looks like they eliminated it. I think O'Hare just went all parallels. 1, 2... And I think this runway, they got rid of it. And I'm pretty sure they got rid of those ones, too. Because if we look at the most updated pictures, right? Whoop. Yep. There you go. It's crazy, dude. I still can't believe this airport. It looks like they still have this one, though. Hey, Geeson, what's up? Yeah, it was 4 left was not in use for a time being, and then they painted over it. The X's are to mark stuff that you shouldn't use. Don't use it. It means it's abandoned. That's what the X is over the runways. That's what it means. Yeah. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we're way too close. Yeah. We're way too close. All right, we got to find another solution here. What do we do with the river? Of all the airports to recreate. Hey, Shatter, what's going on? Shatter, I need an opinion. Too close. Way too close. Yes or no? That's why I'm looking at O'Hare, because I, kinda... Hey, Joe, what's going on, man? You like the hat? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. So, Shatter, we finished putting in... I finished runway 20, and then on the other side, I finished 2. This is the localizer for 2. Don't mind the displaced threshold with the rails right there. We can get rid of that. I think these runways are too close. This neither... Somebody said it before. This needs to be either a displaced threshold or I need to move that runway. Well, it's not totally unrealistic. Though that doesn't exist anymore at ORD. Yeah, they got rid of it and they moved to all parallels, right? You told me that once upon a time. Serious, that's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm thinking about just moving this train track up, hug it up against this cliff right here, taking out this dirt and putting it right here. And Shatter, ignore that runway. You need to have one of the default runways down from the DLC. And the default runway is just... Yeah. Daniel Inouye Airport. Yeah. 2 of the cross-run runways are still there, but only 1 is used. It's... Yeah, okay. Alright, I got you. I really admire your ability to craft a vision in this game. I can't. Oh, thanks, Doom. I appreciate that. Shatter, the new DLC for this is fun as hell, man. You have, like, you gotta build ramps and you gotta build taxiways and stuff, and I have the parts pack where we can do everything and we can do it right, and I'm going to. Like, the ILS zones, there were other pilots, dude, that were teaching me about this. About how crossing the the boxed yellow line. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that, especially when a plane is landing. Bad idea. I haven't loaded it up yet. Just got home from a snowboarding trip. All right, man. Yeah, don't cross the ILS line, especially if there's an ILS in use. A plane might land on you for multiple reasons. But here, Shadow, check this out. I put the VOR in, and then we have the radar sitting up on top of the hill here. We have the localizers that's the localizer for the opposite runway. But we have the PAPI indicator, glide slope indicator for both sides. And I've been looking through the FAA manuals about how to set this all up. We have the runway lights in, but I don't have the real REILs on just yet, and I don't have the approach lights either. Yeah, Doom, yeah, no. Runway incursions are a no-no. Put a church near the edge of the airport, Die Hard 2 style. Nice. I'm gonna take a Discord call. I can't stay for too long. Sure, man. Yeah. We can get that done. So I'm gonna get Shatter on the line here. Shatter's a pilot. He flies planes with wings. You don't need to know what types. That's up to him to say. So here, let me get in a call for him. Let me get in a call with him here. Give me a second. All right, cool. So, yeah, anytime I need airport advice on building airports, I usually get it from him. Or flight sim advice, I mean. Oh, is that a hand Bananair 747? I think so. Look at that hand Bananair plane. That's a beautiful plane right there. Are there planes without wings? Yeah. Yeah. A plane, something that flies without wings is called a lifting body. It's been done, dude. There have been planes, in fact, without wings. Yeah, Chief, they tested these lifting bodies out in the 60s, and the designs from these designs led to the space shuttle. Yeah, Waluki, we will. Yeah, Edgecott. Yeah. We'll get back to it. I'm playing the Fairfield. I'm playing Fairfield right now just because I wanted to practice before I went and built Epcot's airport. Yeah, they were towed by a frickin'... Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Goat. And all three of them look like poop? No. Yeah, that's sick, dude. To get the lifting bodies to fly in the beginning, they towed them with a Pontiac GTO, straight up. These are winglets, right? So a type of wings? No, those are stabilizers. No wings. So picture a regular plane in your mind. You have your stabilizers, horizontal, vertical stabilizers. So the elevators and the rudder are attached to those. And then you have your main wing. Blended wing bodies don't have the main wing. They have the stabilizers, though. Okay, I'm up and ready. All right. Give Shatter a call. I just wanted to tell you, good luck. We're all counting on you.
Thanks.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Just slept for like 10 hours. I feel like I could sleep for 10 days.
I mean, snowboarding, dude. It's fun, but it takes a lot out of you from what I understand.
Yeah, and I had a friend of mine go with me that had never snowboarded before, and it took lessons all for 6 of the 8 days we were out there, and I'm wiped out.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Yeah. Oh, B2 Spirit style. Well, Chief, B2 is a flying wing. That's different than a blended wing. But anyway, yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
The runways.
Airports.
Yeah.
Cool.
Dude, DLC is fun, man. You can make concourses and stuff, and some of the terminals have like subways in them, so you can do a Dulles and you can connect the terminals via a subway, and it figures it all out for you. That's it. They'll go through the terminal and they'll take the train to the concourse to get to the gates and stuff. It's really freaking cool, actually.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty neat.
I'm trying to. Something is up with my Discord volume control. My mixer is not doing it for some reason. I'm trying to figure out how to turn the volume down in the app here.
No, all right. Tell me when you're ready to go.
Yeah, no worries.
So, guys, I usually have Shatter come and help give me advice. He knows about this stuff way better than I do. But yeah, it's up to him to say why he knows more about it. That's really his thing.
It's okay.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, stand by one moment.
Yeah, take your time.
Where the volume is. I haven't used Discord in so long at this point. Just
Yeah, man.
Remember how to use the stupid thing.
Well, anyway, I mean, how's work? Is work good?
I'm currently on vacation right now. I'm on. I don't go back until the 17th of February, so it's not bad. The day off structure works quite a bit differently than my last job did.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's a different world. I'm flying cargo now. If anybody remembers who the heck I am.
That's cool, man.
I flew passengers for on a regional jet for 10 years, and now I'm flying for a cargo outfit, flying a Boeing 767.
Oh, that's so cool,
So,
dude. That's
yeah.
so cool. That's the biggins.
Yeah. It's the big one. Okay.
Yeah. So if I have airport questions, I ask Shattermage. He's my go-to.
Okay, I'll just use the PC volume knob. That'll do it. Okay, that works. All right. So we're trying to recreate O'Hare. Is that
No. I was using it as reference. So.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. So a couple of viewers asked me, like, I haven't finished the second runway. It's still under construction. I mean, the AI is pathing to it because reasons, but we kind of have the first runway, which is 20, which I have on the screen right now. I have that runway almost done. I got to do the approach lights and the end lights. I have to do the REILs, and I have to do a couple of other things to get that runway like totally good.
Yeah.
But I think that this this cross runway is too close. So chat was like, maybe do a displaced threshold or something, which I can draw that out. It's no problem.
Yeah, you can do a displaced threshold. Thresholds being that close to the runway is not totally unrealistic. I mean, if you take a look at Richmond, Virginia, for example.
Okay.
You'll see a couple of thresholds that are like almost right on top of each other, and they share a common hold short point.
Yep.
And there's a big hotspot marker for it on the Jepson chart too. So there'll just be a note in the the approach end of 20 and 16. I think it's 16 or 16.
That's
right
the
there.
exact same runway headings that we're using. That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is why I'm talking to you.
Right. So if you look to the left and right of that, you see the hold short marks, or the red boxes, and then the hold short lines.
Yep.
That's a common hold short for both of those runways. So when my last job, when we took off on 16, we hold short at that one short of 20, and they would say cross 20, clear for takeoff 16.
Huh.
So.
And then on the other side, same thing.
Yeah, and there will also be a note in the approach charts somewhere to make sure you're lined up with the correct runway, because when you're approaching to 20 or 16, make sure you're not lined up for the other one.
767 was the first glass cockpit, wasn't it? I don't know.
No, no, I don't think so. No, it was round dials and steam gauges before it came out. Now it has a quote unquote glass an EFIS, electronic flight instrument system. The center, if you want to pull up a picture of the flight deck, that's fine. Our planes have, where we got a hodgepodge of a fleet, so we've got some that are the old classic round dials with EFIS in the middle, and then we have half of our fleet has got the full LCD upgrade, which is really cool.
Yeah, that's.
I think we've got one or two of them that have the full large display like that. I think that's the large display system right there. UPS has all of those.
Yeah.
As all their entire fleet is those. We only have a couple of them. So that right there is the classic cockpit right there. So it looks like that one might have a couple of is that a couple of instruments? Yeah, that looks about right. That's my bird.
There you go.
That's it. It's a good airplane. It's fun to fly.
Oh, dude, I bet 767 is a great plane.
Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, the Classic does look freaking empty. So, I mean, dude, Richmond is pretty much exactly what I'm looking for. That's...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But see, so the threshold for 1.6 is right next to the threshold for 20.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is pretty much exactly what we're trying to make here. But if I did my threshold where Richmond's is for 1.6, it would be maybe like 1,000-foot runway.
Well, it's honestly, the way you have the runway right now, I personally think is probably better than having the thresholds right next to each other. It's probably safer, to be honest.
Yeah.
There would just be, I guess there would just be a controller thing about. So let me see. For example, like if you go back to O'Hare.
Okay.
Yeah. Go back to O'Hare.
Okay.
Because 22 left is the only crosswind runway that's really used, and it's really only used for departures. And you notice it goes right past 28 center. Well, both 28 right and 28 center. Go to the south side of the airfield.
South side, okay.
Yeah, southeast corner.
Okay.
There you go. So they're not quite as close. They're closer more to a taxiway than the runway, but you kind of got the right idea. If you go further up the runway to 28 center. So what they do is when they're launching, the 28 center is usually used for arrivals. So when they're launching on 22 left, landing on 28 center, what they'll do is they'll hold us on 22 left in position, or line up and wait, if you will. And if there's an approaching aircraft for 28 center, they'll wait till it's about to pass overhead, and then they'll clear the 22 left guy for takeoff.
Okay, so it's not as far-fetched as you might think. That's what you're getting at? Okay.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
So yeah, guys, I got Shattermage on the line. Shattermage is one of my mods and streams too, but I don't think you've been streaming much lately.
I last time I streamed, I think, was October.
Yep.
Or maybe it was November. I don't remember.
So it's been a while.
It's just I don't have much motivation, and I don't have a lot of time anymore. But,
dude, well, hey, man, freaking living the
plus,
dream.
Plus, I just got a 4K TV and a Series X. I've been enjoying Forza Horizon 5, so...
Understandable.
And Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
And Halo Infinite.
Oh, yeah. So. Okay. All right. I won't play Halo Infinite out of principle, but yeah, I heard it's really good.
Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah, so airports, yay. Yeah, I just got a hold of them. A friend of mine just got the airports expansion because I've been playing cities on my off time. Getting back into it, and I find it it's a little frustrating that, well, I don't want to say frustrating, but kind of like that they couldn't make taxiways bidirectional, but I guess they had to do it for mechanical and AI purposes. But
so we could actually mess with that today because I have
yeah.
Funny story. We have mods that have custom runways, and the AI interfaces with the custom runways out of the box, which is kind of crazy.
That's pretty sick.
So runway 20 over here, I had to make it. It looked like this runway 16 over here, which we haven't labeled or anything. I haven't put anything on it. But I have an airport parts pack that lets you put all the indicators on, and we had to place them. We had to place everything. But yeah, so like that's what I mean when I say I just got finished making this thing because I had to mark the threshold. We had to mark the threshold indicator, heading, and then the 500, 1000, etc. The PAPI, the localizer. We did all that. And the stock AI uses it. It paths right to it.
So do they still only land and take off one direction?
Yeah, that's
okay. Some of the little critique I've got, and I don't know if it's a limitation of the mod or it is, but your localizer station right there.
Yeah.
Localizer stations are typically they're placed on the opposite end of the runway.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Yeah. So if it was you need a localizer station for 20, it would go on the departure end.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it down there.
You already got. Okay. Awesome. Cool.
Yep. Yeah, sweet. Chat was teaching me about that yesterday, glide slope and localizers and how they work and stuff. And honestly, it's just fascinating stuff. It's not like too advanced, but it's really cool that somebody thought it up. That's probably wasn't an easy thing to think up,
Yeah. Now if you were using a back course, like a localizer back course approach, you would use the one that's on the approach end.
What is a back course approach? What does that mean?
The back course. Okay, so there's the front course when you're flying an ILS approach.
Okay.
Straight onto a runway. That's what we call the front course. The back course is the signal that it shoots the other direction out of the station, and it does reverse sensing. So you fly one direction, it's actually going the other way.
So localizers can work in both directions?
They can, yes.
Okay.
Now I don't know the technical parts of what, because not every place has a back course approach. There's not a whole lot of them out there. And or what causes them to work, if they have to turn it on or activate it or whatever. That's something for someone that works in a tower to answer instead of me.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. But if it had a back course capability, but you wouldn't use the glide slope for that, because the glide slope's on the other end of the field for that station.
Yeah.
But that would be a non-precision approach. It would be back course. So yeah, if you had a back course approach for 2-0, that's how it would sit. It would be the actual front course localizer for 2.
Okay. Cool. No, I didn't know that. That's really neat.
Yeah.
So the localizer, is there a thing for how like close that needs to be to the runway threshold? So I mean, honestly,
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what the specifics are and how to install those stations or how they go about, but I'm sure there's something.
Yeah, no, that's one thing that I'm learning, dude. Like we've gone down in deep dives with airports and how they work and stuff from like when we're playing flight sim, but it's one thing that I'm quickly learning. I mean, because it's aerospace, everything is there for a very good reason. The stuff is where it is for a very, very, very distinct purpose. And don't try to read too much into it. It's usually Occam's razor. It's usually there for a very good reason, and the reason is very logical and very thought out, because you can't there's no innuendo with flying, like except jokes, right? Pilot dad jokes, but like when you're actually operating the aircraft, that's one thing that you've taught me and the other pilots that I taught you. You don't screw around with this stuff. Don't screw around with it. Hey, Airborne.
Hey guys, I'm Shattermage. I'm the mod that's not here as much as he used to be. But I'm a professional pilot. I fly Boeing 767 for a freighter operation. And I used to fly, I flew a regional jet for passengers for about 10 years. And was furloughed a couple years. Furloughed about a year and a half ago. Company shut down. It's back now, but there's only a handful of guys back. So.
What are those odd-shaped walkways in between the runways? This is the glide slope. That's for the glide slope indicators, I think.
Those look like access roads to get to the approach lights, probably.
Yeah. Okay. So approach lights.
Yeah, those are probably the approach light concrete that they've installed the lights into.
Cool. It's probably so they can shovel them out. The snow, I would guess.
Rip Compass and XJet. Yep. Rest in peace. And Trans-States.
And then there's the localizer. Yeah, see, these localizers for, what is it?
B28 center, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really far away. They're far away because there's a runway in the way. See, they're over there. They're on the other side of 22.
Yeah, that localizer station would actually be for 10 center.
Yep. Cool. And then, see, these ones are, if we look at the opposite, the one for 28 center, right? It's closer. It's a lot closer. So I think as long as it's aligned, it's, they probably. What's up?
Fun fact: go down to see if you can find a localizer for 10 right, for the one on the south end of the field.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, interesting about 10 right is that it's an offset localizer. You probably can't really notice it. You don't really notice it probably on this one because it's only a couple of degrees. But it's got I think it's a 2.5. I'd have to look at my approach chart. We don't really use that one much. I think it's like 2.5 degrees offset. So you'd be coming up from the south a little bit more.
I can see it.
So that the 10s have what's called a PRM, or precision runway monitor approach, which means they can run simultaneous close parallel in IFR conditions.
Okay, so they offset them, right? That's on purpose.
Yeah. So specifically 10 right is offset. I want to say it's because it's not more than so many thousand feet away from the next runways. They have to offset the localizer for some reason.
Yep, it is offset. You can see it right in the picture. It's very slight, but it's definitely offset.
There you go.
Look
There
at the
you go.
lines right there compared to the yellow. It's definitely crooked. It's tilted that way. That's cool. Good. Dude, I see, like, that's the kind of stuff I would have never noticed that. I would have never picked that up.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find
Interesting.
see if I can find the approach
Cool.
chart here online here.
I love this. This is great.
Let's see, airports. Let's want AirNav. Let's see if AirNav has it. AirNav uses NACO charts, so they're not as sophisticated as Jepson's. But it'll
But
do
yeah,
the
dude, you
illustration
can...
just fine.
Cool. All right. Let's
Let me see if I can find the approach chart for 10 right.
All right. So here, you know what I want to do? I'm going to do with this. I want to do with this localizer here.
that?
Go here. I have the perfect thing for this. I'm going to put it over here.
Okay.
It's good to know. Like that's good to know that runway, being that close, is not too obscure. That's not like something that doesn't happen. It's definitely is a thing. That makes me feel a little bit better.
Oh, Yankton beat me to it. I just missed that. Yep, he's got that. That's the Isla Zulu. I got the Yankee. The only difference is the frequency. So yeah, he's got the Isla Zulu runway 10 right there. Yep, it's a 09. What? He's got. Oops, I'm sorry. That one's slightly different. So 094, that chart that Yankton put up. That's the actual. Looks like he's got. What's the revision on that? 3rd January 19. Okay, that's. Let me take a look here. I've got the Yankee one right here. That one.
I think so, Tessa. Yeah, maybe. All right, let me see yours.
And notice it's 091 inbound course instead. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can definitely tell from the first chart. Like, this is me being like, those bears are gonna hurt. That, like, obviously you could see that guys, straight up, the line is not lined up with the runway. It's offset.
Yeah. Yankee's more offset than the Zulu. The Zulu approach is actually straight in.
Okay.
The Yankees, what they would use for, and the Zulu one is not a PRM. When they're doing simultaneous close parallels, the 10 right will use the PRM Yankee chart that you're looking at right now. So they have a slight offset from the south. Now that the 10 center one will be straight in. It does not have an offset. So.
Huh. Yeah. Do you know if? Okay, idiot question. I have a moron question, if you don't mind. These
Yankton, I'll get to you in a
localizers.
second.
What's that?
Yankton, which New York approach has how you do it? Those are the final approach fixes for 4 left and right.
How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah, so look at the final approach fix for 4 left, which they really never use, is Halia, and then the final approach fix for 4 right is doing.
There's these imaginary waypoints that planes use, guys, for lining up with a runway, and depending on the airport, they always name them funny things. Like New York is how you doing? The waypoints. How you doing? I'm walking here, which is funny. That's awesome. Okay, so what's
go
up?
ahead. Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead and finish your thought. I'll find what I'm looking for.
Sure. So, okay, and this is for Chad and for Shatter. So, idiot question. The localizers, is this? I would assume this is some type of high frequency, yeah?
Between the I think it's 107, 108, the 108 to 111.9 or something like that frequency range.
Okay.
Something like that, and then slightly, and then above that from like 112 up to 116, 117 is all VORs.
Okay, so that's
and then
not
above that, and then from 118 on up is communications.
So they're not. That's actually. It's more like a short band. That's not very high frequency, is it? I don't think so.
Megahertz.
Okay. Yeah, because so the reason why I asked this, and this makes sense because it's offset. The localizer's offset by a couple of degrees, because if you have a broader frequency, guys, when if you transmit that in a direction, transmitters are usually directional, right? I mean, some of them are omnidirectional. It really kind of depends on the antenna, right? You're going to project out in a cone, right? So if these things are, I mean, they're using 90 to 150, 180 to 111. That's not crazy high frequency, so that's why it's offset, because you're using a lower. It's not the lowest, right? It's not super low frequency. It's decent, right? Like it's the kind of. I mean, actually, I don't know where that falls. I have to go look, but they're moving out like this, right? So you don't want them to overlap. That's why that's offset. You don't want the localizers, how the plane basically finds the runway. You don't want those overlapping and have a plane land like halfway between the runways because you have overlapping signals. That's why it's offset.
If you want some more information on PRMs, there is the document from the FAA that tells you all about precision runway monitor approaches and how they work and why they do it. And they all do. It's an FAA document. It's about 21 pages. There's that one. And to finish my thought on the naming of intersections on approaches, my favorite one was always the ILS to one right at Kansas City. It's that one right there, and I called it the Hungry Man approach because the names are spicy barbecue turkey smoked ribs, in order.
Oh man, now I'm hungry.
Now I'm hungry, right? Welcome to Kansas City, right? My favorite barbecue.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. Huh. Yeah, spicy barbecue turkey smoked ribs.
There you go.
I love it. You always see funny stuff like this with the waypoints. That's cool. This stuff, dude, this is fast. I love it, man. Every time I read about plane infrastructure and how this all works, what blows my mind is, like, you know, this stuff doesn't seem too incredibly complicated, right? But that doesn't mean that it wasn't difficult to think up all this stuff, right? Like how the localizer works and how the glide slope works and how, you know, like the PAPI works and stuff like that. This stuff, it took a while to figure this stuff out, but it seems very simple. Like, okay, it's just bouncing frequencies and bouncing radio waves in different directions so the plane can figure out where it is. Like, that's hard to do. That took a long time to figure that out. And just because it's so simple doesn't mean it wasn't hard to come up with. It's so ridiculously efficient. Like, nowadays, it blows my mind that, you know, we went from not, like, maybe, okay, like 70 years ago, it's just, okay, the airport's over there, find the freaking runway, and if it's cloudy out, well, have fun. You know, like, to, we can land a plane, you could put a plane right down on a runway in the middle of a blizzard. It'll take you right to it. It's really cool. That's fascinating to me. I love airplane infrastructure. It's so well thought. It's so well thought out. You know, it's just nice. It's nice to see something that's that ridiculously thought out and clear and concise. It's really cool.
Oh yeah, Acton, you want Looney Tunes? If you guys want something entertaining to look as far as intersections go, look at any RNAV arrival into Atlanta Hartsfield.
Oh,
they're pretty much all movies and stuff like that. Everything from Hobbits and Lord of the Rings themed to Star Wars themed. It's interesting.
We were talking about Hartsfield. Somebody asked me what's the busiest airport. I'm like, yep, that one.
It's usually a shootout between Atlanta and Chicago.
Dude, some of the traffic that they move is just ridiculous.
London Heathrow gets their name thrown into the hat occasionally too.
Yeah.
And that place is a zoo also.
Oh.
Ask me how I know that.
Yeah. That's cool though that you've, you know, flown over there, flown around. It's like, oh yeah, just in London today, whatever.
Been to Cairo and to Cairo
no
also.
Way.
That's yeah, I did that. That's a DOD trip. So we go down Ramstein down to Cairo, turn around 2 hours, turn around and come back. That's a long day too.
You've been to Ramstein too? That's cool, man.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's awesome. Like, I'm freaking pumped for you. That's so freaking gnarly.
Cairo approach is pretty cool because if you ask them, they'll vect you right over top of the pyramids at like 1,500 feet. It's crazy. I got pictures of it too.
And we're going there.
I think it's way far out on the approach end of the fives from Cairo, or if you go straight southwest from the yeah, that's Cairo, straight southwest. from the approach end of the. I think it's the 5s.
The pyramids are over here.
You'll eventually see them somewhere. They're on the other side of the river. There.
Yeah, there they are. Right there.
There they are, right there. Yeah, they're not directly under the approach path, but they're pretty close because we come from the north and they'll take us right over the top of those things. And then they're like, all right, turn left, never localizer, clear the approach.
Yeah, there they are. They're right there, and then there's the runways. They're all they are. They're off to the left a little bit, but they're there. That's cool.
Yep.
Oh man, that's neat. I've never looked at Cairo's airport before. One thing I was noticing back at O'Hare though, they
sand
have
everywhere.
Yeah, of course.
Parked airplanes parked near those hangars in the middle of the field. There's sand all over them. It's
coarse. It's rough, and it gets everywhere. Oh, what do we got down here? Some C-130s. Lots of C-130s. Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? Good looking.
C-17.
Yeah, man.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Cool. All right. Let me. I was noticing at O'Hare that they had, and I'm blanking on the name. The don't cross the ILS lines.
Oh, something about the LS critical areas?
Yeah, the critical areas. That's it. They have them on the runway. That's what I was just looking at.
Yeah, that would be the critical areas for 28 Center.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I believe.
Yep.
And that would be if they're using those for like either a taxiway or talking about land and hold short. Like you don't ever see those for like you don't really see land and hold shorts for 2-2 left because they don't usually land on it or 4 rights because they don't land on those anymore. Really? Unless the wind dictates it, which I haven't really seen yet.
Mm-hmm.
But those, I think those markings would be required because you have a crossing runway and approach in an approach area of 28 Center.
Yes.
So it's not that the fact that not the idea that they would use those markings that they've got to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So see this thing right here? This thing is projecting a signal that way, guys, for the runway that's coming towards us. So a plane would be landing towards us in this. And if this thing is on and it's shooting a signal that way, you don't want a plane being like right here, because if this thing shoots a signal out, it's going to bounce off the plane, and it's not the plane that's trying to land is not going to be able to get the signal for landing on the runway. So that's what these lines are, the critical areas. It's interesting because I hadn't seen them on a runway until now. I mean, I'm sure it's a thing. Like I just hadn't. This is my first instance of seeing it. Like if that runway, as Shadow was saying, what is that, 10 center on the other side, 28?
Yeah, 10 to 8 center.
Yeah, if they're landing this way, coming towards us, right, and a plane is like right here, you got to stay out of this area because they're projecting the signal that way so the plane can land. It's freaking cool, man. And I noticed it's down here as well. They have a huge critical area for 10 right.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna have to do that if we offset the localizer.
Yeah, for 10 right and 10 right 2-8 left for both of them. That would protect both directions.
Mm-hmm.
And those are only required to hold short to when you are instructed to. Now notice that in some places that the critical area is not always the same place as the hold short area. So I think if you look on, I think is it taxiway, is it Victor or Golf, whatever it is that parallels 2-8 right coming from the terminal. I have my iPad next to me with that EFB, but it's dead.
No, I got it. I got it right there. So this line is a runway. The hold short line. That's basically don't cross this line unless the tower tells you to.
Right, exactly. That would be the double solid side. The double dash side you can cross without any clearance. That'd be the one coming from a runway usually.
Yep. Yeah, that's interesting that the critical area and the hold short is 2 different areas. You can.
That one is. Let me see. If you zoom out a bit, try to figure out which one of those critical areas is for what.
One of them is for 28 right, and the other one is for 28 center.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then the hold short right here is also for. The hold short would be for 22 left.
Yeah, I think the right. I think with that one intersection we're looking at, so the right-handed critical area would be for 2-8 center.
Discovery.
And then the one on the left would be for 2-8 right. So they would be for the opposite side that they're facing. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
So if you were coming up Papa, and you say hold short of the critical area for 28 right, you just hold short of that first one there on the left.
Yeah. So this one, guys, is for this runway, and this guy, this one that looks like an elbow, that's for this runway. They're flipped. See, this is super interesting. This is gonna help me when I go and make all this stuff.
Yeah, you can't tell really from the aerial shot there, because the signs that would dictate what they're for, I think what they're for or where they are, would be the actual signage on the side.
Yeah,
So,
these guys right there. You could see. I mean, you could see the signs, but you can't see what they say. Hey, Ansel. Interesting. That's cool. Okay, Shatter, I got another question. These hash marks that are on the sides of the taxiways, what are those about?
Let's see, let my stream catch up.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, first off, the sides of the taxiway, there's solid yellow lines. You're not supposed to cross into them. You'll either see them yellow hash like that, or sometimes you'll see chevrons. There's just areas you're not supposed to transgress into.
Okay.
It's just they don't. There's also lights installed on the side, usually up on short little pylons.
Yeah.
Taxi lights.
Yeah, you can.
Unless you're in Newark, then they're all reflectors. Right. Newark.
That airport. Okay. Yeah. Moving on.
Newark, Newark.
Yep.
Newark. Yeah.
Nice. I've never heard it called that. That's funny as hell.
Yes. Newark, LaGarbage, and JF and K.
Yep.
So.
We were looking at LaGuardia yesterday.
And all three of them.
Dude.
Yeah, good old LaGarbage.
We looked at the terminal. They made, they took one terminal and they just built it over the other terminal. They just build it over it, whatever. We'll demolish it later.
Right.
Just built it over it. I'm just like, oh.
In true New York fashion, right?
Yeah. I thought that was really cool. And then planes apparently will be able to taxi underneath those bridges, which is, you guys got to see this. This is really cool.
Tactical. It's degrading to manure.
It's degrading. Savage Chad. So, Chad, look at this. You can see, and I didn't know this until we dove into this at the beginning of the week. So this right here is the new terminal, right? And then that's the old terminal. This old terminal is junk. It's junk. Terrible.
Yeah, it is.
So they just literally built the new terminal, and the jetways, well, not really the jetways, but the concourse access goes over the old terminal, and then they're just going to put taxiways under it. So when you're on these concourses in the future, planes will be taxiing underneath you, that's really freaking cool, actually. That bridge is really high up in the air.
They're actually going to connect all of the concourses together through walk, aren't they?
Yeah, we were looking at LaGuardia's plans the other day.
I tell you what, so that middle huge terminal there you're looking at was called the B terminal. Is the B terminal? I think it was called the B. So that's the United one. So
that's right, Thomas.
Fun fact about LaGuardia, or at least what it was, or maybe still is. I haven't been there in a few years.
Yeah.
But is that you would have the B terminal and you would have a B and a C concourse. So if you're going to but then the other terminal that most all of Delta parks at on the far end, the newer terminal there, the other end of the airport, is like the D terminal.
Yeah.
So our gates were like D something or other, but it was in the B terminal, D concourse. So there have been multiple instances. Again, ask me how I know this. About being dropped off at the wrong terminal and then having to walk your happy butt over to the other terminal to get into where you're actually supposed to be going. So the second time I went into LaGuardia ever, I had to tell the van driver, I said, "Hey, be sure you drop us off at the other terminal, the United terminal." Despite it being the United terminal, that's where some multiple airlines would go out of it. The B terminal, so we can get to our D gates, not those other D gates.
Oh my, yeah, no, that's just poor implementation, but that's basically LaGuardia in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's nuts. Yeah, Chad is a good question. How many passengers get that wrong? Oh, God.
I wonder. I can only wonder.
Oh, jeez. Well, check 22. Do you know what gate I'm going to? Check 22.
I don't know.
Living the dream.
Hey, Skipper, which one is St. Louis going out of? Ooh, yeah.
Just living the dream.
Mr. Pilot. Yeah.
Guys, look up a
I
YouTube
have to deal with
video.
that less and less nowadays.
That's good. That's good. Look up a YouTube video called "Living the Dream." Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah,
it's funny
it's stop motion Legos. It's stop motion Legos. There's about 4 or 5 of them.
Yep, living the dream.
And they're all very true to life.
Okay, cool. So I think I got a good idea what we're working with here. Also, I was gonna tell you the mod has 2-way taxiways built into it, but I haven't tested if the AI picks up on that yet. But it does have 2-way taxiways. So.
Oh, good, cool.
Yeah.
I figured someone was gonna mod that in.
Yeah. No, I was like, what's crazy to me, dude, is that this modded stuff, the modded content, like here, if I just type in taxiway into the Find It tool, right? The modded content, like I have all the frickin' markers and stuff. Let me just go here. It works. Even the one-way taxiways, they work. But see how it says 2W up there? Like, I'll wait for the stream delay.
Mm-hmm.
It says concrete ground 2-way taxiway. The one-way taxiways from the mods work. I don't know if the 2-way taxiways work, but
okay. Nice, Sneaky. Gotcha.
So
I figured that there was a lot of airport assets that were out before this DLC came out. I figured as much, but I wasn't sure how they would interface with the DLC. It seems like they're working mostly okay.
So the thing about the runway, when you make the runway, if you ever get to do this, and this is just kind of a general thing for everybody, when you make the runway, so cities uses cells, right? So if you're making a road, you see those lines, not the dotted lines, but the solid lines. You make one of these things right there. The developers call one segment a road like this. They call that a cell. Okay? So if you make another one, right, now you have 2 cells connected to each other. They're connected at the end nodes. All right? Thing about making the runway is you got to make the whole runway in one shot. And then you have to connect your taxiways 1 cell in from where you started the runway. So notice my runway threshold is right here. I started this runway right here. And then where the first node from the first cell connects, that's where you put the taxiways in. And then you make the entire freaking runway. You make it all the way to the end. And then the second to last cell is where you have to connect the taxiways in. If you make half of the runway and then just make another bit of it and then try to connect it in pieces, it'll think half of the runway is the runway. So you got to make the runway in one shot. Simultaneously, if you mess with the runway from now on, like if I try to connect another taxiway into this, it breaks it. It thinks the runway is cut in half. It only picks up on taxiways on the second to last cell on either end of the runway. It's really the only place you can connect them in, which kind of sucks. But that's the way the plane's pathing is set up. And we can always fudge it and make it look like taxiways are connected, but don't connect the cells. Don't mess with the runway. And that's how it works. You got to build it that way, or else your planes will get to the end of the runway, and they'll turn straight up like a rocket and go straight up in the air.
Yeah, that's what I found funny, that if you put a parallel runway and just attach it to the opposite end, they won't actually cross the runway. They'll just ULA it and go straight up.
Yep. They'll just turn right up in the air. So. Yeah, they'll VTOL up. You gotta make sure that you place it correctly. You've got to follow the placement of the default runway. So the default runway you build in one shot, and then you attach the taxiways on the second to last cell on either side. I did that with the modded content, and it works just fine. So in this runway as well. If I messed with this runway right now, the plane would take off like halfway down the runway and then just fly into oblivion.
Quintessa, yeah, I saw your question the first time and I forgot to get to it. Thanks for repeating that. How much of an absolute lifetime saver was it when the iPad came out? Pilot's probably at a shrine to Steve somewhere. My last job, we actually had Surface tablets and they were not great. But no, they worked. About 60% of the time, they worked 100% of the time. So, but yeah, no, it's made life a lot easier. Instead of having every 2 weeks to take a small little notebook full of little pages to swap out things in a little binder, I'd have to do is hit update, and it's done.
Yeah, that's probably save some time.
Yeah, and I don't have to carry the old 40-pound bag anymore. Just have a little tablet that has all my manuals and my approach charts and everything on it. It just slides in the side of my bag. It's great.
Dude, look at that. Look at that. You could start an airline in this, and I have hand banana air, and the plane is hand banana air, and it's painted like the plane looks like a big banana. It's a big freaking banana. So you can place your airline headquarters and stuff.
Aeroplatanos.
Yeah, platanos me gusta. Oh boy. So yeah, that's good. That's what I was wondering about the thresholds, dude. But yeah, that pretty much answers that. So you can do it. You just got to make sure you mark it right.
I would recommend building hours after finishing a commercial. I get a lot of questions. I get questions quite often about, how do I build time? How do I learn how to fly? And my answer is probably not. I'm probably not the best person to answer the question, to be honest, because I was a very fortunate individual. My dad was a flight instructor. He taught me how to fly. He had an airplane he used for a business reason, namely like a Beach Bonanza, and I built my time basically flying for him. And that didn't pay my bills, really. I did that, working as a ground handler for DHL for a few years. But my off days, my flight time was done, essentially working for my dad, flying his airplane around. Anytime it sat in the hangar, he says, "Hey kid," says, "You want flight time? That plane's been sitting in the hangar for about a week. Go fly it." I'm not making it up. It was all to behest to him, and he'll help me do it. So. Anything from most guys go the route of flight instruction, which is definitely a time builder. I never got my CFI, so I never really did any of that. Some guys would just go rent a plane and go fly. That can get expensive. I know some guys that have actually gone and bought an airplane and built themselves a little single engine Cessna and built some of their time that way. Mm-hmm. But multi-engine time is being the one you're gonna want more often. But I'm not really the end all answer to that question. So I wish I had a better answer for you, but all I can say is there's a lot of ways to do it.
Yeah, okay.
Banner towing, aerial photography, you name it. I don't know.
Dude, I'm watching. Just quick side note. I'm watching this guy that bought an old school twin engine Cessna. It's from like the '60s, and it has two flat six turbo Continental engines in it, and the plane is junk. It was sitting on a ramp abandoned for like 17 years or something, and the guy's trying to get it started and stuff, but you get to see it. He takes apart the engine and stuff. It's pretty cool. But yeah, just on a quick side, I don't know what reminded me of that. You were talking about twin engine planes. Yeah, Rebuild Rescue. That guy's cool, Neo. Yeah, really awesome.
I've heard of that one.
Yeah, he posted a new video today, and it's an old Cessna. It's full of bird crap and stuff. Yeah, it's an old Cessna. What is it, like a 210 or something? 410? I don't know. I forget the name. But it's a really nice plane, or at least it was.
Graham, I realize I do speak quickly. That's a crux of mine. I get it. I'll try to keep it in my head. So, sorry, but yeah.
I'm keeping up, dude.
A little more tact. Thank you.
It's a 401 Shy. Yeah, that's a great channel. That plane is really cool. Graham Cracker.
I said Graham.
Just say.
That's literally what I said, Graham.
Yeah, he said it right. Stop giving him crap, man. I know where you live.
Chill out.
Chill out, Brett. No.
Shut up, brah.
Litter in my hallway, bruh. Graham.
Oh, go Graham. Oh, excuse me for being an American. Graham Cracker, got it.
Cracker.
It's fine.
Anyway. All right, man. I won't keep you for much longer, but I do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah?
It's still my off day.
Word?
Well, anything else you want me to?
I think we got it. I mean, I have a lot of work to do. But Yeah, I think we got most of it, man. I got the localizers figured out. I got to mark the thresholds and stuff on this runway. I mean, if you want to stick around, I'm going to do that now.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
So, okay, so this is going to have yellow
got,
for 20, right?
yellow chevron. Yeah, the yellow chevrons pointing towards the runway. Yeah, that's the overrun.
Okay, I got to go find those. So
If you would like, if you would like to put an overrun there, there's a well, I don't know if you would put a displaced threshold that close to another runway, but yeah, I would. For me, if it was me, I think chevrons would make more sense.
Yep. Okay. All right. So let me. The airplane. So I have this tool called Find It, right? And it basically you can just type in what you want, and it'll instead of going and sifting through all the menus, it just finds it for you. So I'm gonna type Chevron. Chevron didn't bring anything back, so let's try runway. And let's actually hold on. I had the filters on. Nope, Chevron still didn't bring anything back. So let's try runway. So we have the threshold indicator right there, but that's not wide enough for the runway that you're using, so we can use that.
Looks about right.
Yeah, you think so? All right. So
Yeah, it's got the threshold lights built into it. I see.
yeah. All right. So hang on one moment. This thing has got to be rotated this way, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Now I gotta
Looks like
figure
it's
out.
got just. Looks like the model's only got lights pointing in one direction towards the runway, which would be red. Because if you're coming from the other end, that signals the red terminating bars.
Signals you.
Is there a way to expand that? Is there a way to make that bigger, or is that just come in one size?
I think it comes in one size. That's what I was looking at. I'm like, that's not. Oh, okay, high plane.
Huh.
I don't think I have.
Oh, you know, I bet they were made for the old runways.
It's
Because
possible.
the old airports had weren't the runways a little bit smaller? Not just lengthwise, but like widthwise
Yeah,
too.
widthwise, yeah, they weren't. They were
Okay.
small. This one's 150 because we got 6 hash marks at the threshold on each side of the center line, so 12 total. So that one's right, but I didn't. Yeah, the other runways are small. They're a lot smaller, which is funny because they still have 12 hashes across, which is incorrectly indicated. That's what I mean about the defaults. I'm like, it's a nice model, but it's not super accurate. But yeah, it's all right. So let's go back in here and see what else we can find. I'm looking to see if there's any runway marking center. There's the displaced threshold arrows, but we're not a displaced threshold here, so I'll just leave that there just in case. There's the approach. Okay. There's the old runways. So yeah, if you look at the cell for the old runway, it's exact. Yeah, it's exact. Yeah, good call. That was right. All right, there's your lights, your center lights. Runway owner.
Looks like your displaced threshold arrow.
Yeah, exactly. That's not exactly what we want, though. Okay, there's all the floor. There's all the ground markings and the runway number markers. So there's the runways themselves. There's the taxiways. Damn. Let's see what else. All right, so if that didn't work, let's try threshold. There's the threshold lights, just the red lights. We'll put those down. And then there's the ALS, so runway end indicator light here.
ALS approach light system. Yeah, approach light system, runway end identifier lights. Yeah.
Where would these things go?
The rails. Rails usually they're like on the corner end of the approach end. So on the the very corner of the white markings. Very corner of the runway.
Okay.
I don't know how else to explain it.
The corner right by threshold, right?
Yeah, the very corner of the threshold. There you go.
Cool. That's what Geek was telling me yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, those will be white strobes that signal the well, it identifies the end of the runway, right?
Yeah, runway. That's what I mean about no bullcrap. This is an REIL, a runway end indicator light. What does it do? It identifies the end of the runway. You can't be fancy with this stuff because somebody will screw it up and crash. I mean, people still screw it up, but it has to be as simple as possible. Freaking Murphy's Law. Most. Am I wrong in saying that, or am I right in saying that most like? Oh gosh, somebody gifted me a game. Airport CEO from Sneaky.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, don't do this to me. Am I right in saying that most of these rules were Darwin Award rules? Thanks, Sneaky. I appreciate it, buddy. So, should these lights be facing down the runway or facing towards the glide slope?
It'd be facing where the aircraft are approaching from.
Okay, cool.
So that's for the approaching aircraft to easily identify the end of the runway. You know,
Okay.
people think the end, they think the far end, but really it's they're looking at the approach end.
Got it.
The threshold.
That was one of the
It would be
DLCs.
quite close to the green bars.
Okay.
There's the green bars you see on an approach light system normally.
Cool.
So.
What is this? This thing is called an. This ground cluster is intended to be used as an ALSF1 and ALSF2 ALS configuration over paved areas such as stopways or displaced thresholds. It's cool because it tells you. But I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So the ALSF1 and the ALSF2 lights are for ILS approach systems.
Okay.
So let me look them up here.
Sure.
ALSF1 and 2. Consult the Google. Where can I find the where is it? Visual Lights Guiding System FAA website? That helps.
Jesus. What is?
Well, this is the ALSF2 system, which is more common. Christ.
Goddamn weebs. Goddamn weebs. Damn weebs everywhere.
Mierda.
Why you do? Why?
All right, so there's the FAA site about high intensity approach light systems with sequence flashing lights, or the ALSF2 system.
All right, let's see. I want to look at the picture. Oh, okay. Oh. So they go out to 2,400 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
It's called hentai, and it's art. I'm sure.
Yeah, I can play that game. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that's not an emote anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. What is the name of the mod collection that gives you all the airplane props? Dude, I'll link it to you. It's by a guy named Vasimir22. Here, let me go to subscribed items.
So many
Dude. Yeah. So we've been playing Hearts, and in Hearts I played as Japan, and I titled the stream "Spread Anime Around the World," and we're trying to take over the world as Japan. It's working. It's fun. Yeah. So every time we invade a country, bonsai. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. I gotta find it. It doesn't. When you search for stuff on the workshop, dudes, it doesn't give you collections unless I'm an idiot and missing. No. Unless I'm an idiot and completely missing it. It's Vasimir22. But even if you Google that dude's name, it still doesn't pop up. Let's try Runway Parts Pack. Where the heck is it? Next time you play Hearts of Iron 4, will you also play the Yeah song? No, you get the oh my god! Oh my god! I wish I was a bird. Is It's a nice SD90 part pack. That's cool for trains. Most popular all time runway parts. Here we go. Airport runway marking pack right here. And then runways and taxiways. This is all part of a collection pack from Vasimir 22 called the Airport Props. It literally has everything in here. Anything and everything that you want. The only thing I'm failing to find is the damn chevrons, but I'll post the link in chat. Right there. Yeah, this gets you everything, dude. Anything and everything that you want. You got tow bars, baggage carts. I'm gonna put all this in. You know, we'll put all this stuff in. I just have to, see, like the localizer arrays and stuff. This guy did. He must have just read the FAA manuals, or the guy is a pilot, because he got it right. So there's the ILS line pattern. Hang on a second. Airport. Yeah, so I have the lines here. The double solid lines you can individually place, but here, let's try this, see what we can see. What's that one? That's the airport fence. Okay.
Night Sensation's got a point. If you got a copy of the Far Aim, that would be a very good resource for you.
Got a copy of what?
Far Aim, the Federal Aviation Regulations / Chairman's Information Manual, or Aviation Information Manual. Use different colloquialisms for it.
I think I downloaded that yesterday. Let me check.
Yeah, especially the AIM. The AIM especially is good. That's got pretty much everything you're probably looking for in it.
Yeah, I downloaded it yesterday. I just forget where I put it. Let's go into downloads. Nope, it's not there. There's that picture. Buddy sent me that picture. That's pretty cool.
Wow. Very cool.
Yeah.
Rocket motor.
Yes. Very nice. There's also that picture. That's a good picture. There's a picture of Dutch guy's B-36, which is freaking gnarly. Dutch guy made a B-36 in Kerbal. It's so good. I downloaded a picture of it. I'm like, that's amazing, dude. Wow. Shuttle performance augmentation. No, I thought it was in here, but I guess it's not. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if you have a link for it.
The AIM. Oh yeah, I can find that for you in a second.
Yeah, I was in Rocket Research Pictures under miscellaneous. I thought I put it in, but does it carpet bomb areas with Kerbal snacks? Oh yeah. So the cool thing is that when we go to build the gates and stuff, I have the stop bar markers, which is really freaking cool. I'm gonna put all those in. For medium, small, and large gates, which is pretty cool.
The FAA's online database is right there.
Oh.
The online AIM is right there. There is a way to find a
Dude,
PDF of it. I know they have it.
Yeah.
Handbooks and manuals. Pilot's Handbook for Aeronautical Knowledge. Well, that might be useful too.
I'm trying to freaking find this damn thing. I don't know where. Dude, there's got to be a way to place the damn chevrons. Like, it's got to be here. See, we have the SFL. We have the offsite sequence flashing lights. We have all that. And then what's this one? TDZ. TDZ lighting. Use it along with the airport ALS pack. Here, let's just type ALS and see what that brings up. There's the lights. There's the runway and lights. These are the... No?
Oh, I found the 7110.65. That's the air traffic control manual.
Oh, sweet.
Here, I'll give you that one. I'm sure some of you would love to look at that. We even use that for VATSIM.
Cool.
Back when Ed used to do that.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that anymore.
Well, I dabbed in VATSIM controlling on the Indy Center facility for a while when I was on furlough, and then
that's
and then,
cool.
Then all the job interviews and stuff came in, and getting a job and going back to class kind of got in the way of it. So
Yeah, I hear ya.
There's that. Let's see, where's the information manual?
Let's just type taxiway, even though it's not really taxiway. There's the signs for the taxiways. When it comes to taxiway naming, is there... I mean, it's obviously A, B, C, D, right? Like... But, does it... I could just name... If I make a new taxiway, this is taxiway D now, because I don't have a taxiway D. Is it directional, or is it just taxiways like street names?
Well, I'm sorry, say again?
Taxiways, do they have, like, are they directional? So, like, if I have taxiway A, if you're going north, is it taxiway A, and if you're going south, is it taxiway B, or is it just taxiway A?
Nope, it's Alpha. Taxiway Alpha is just same piece of pavement.
Yep. All right, cool. Just making sure.
Yeah, it's not like they're just alphabetically labeled, whereas as of course runways are labeled based on their compass direction.
Yep. Let's try network paths. Maybe that gives me something.
Change 1, amendment 1, all this stuff.
I'm trying to look around to see if we can make the damn chevrons for the runway, but I don't see anything to do it. So at the end of the runway, guys, there's yellow chevrons, right? And those yellow chevrons basically show what's the... It's like the skid strip? That's not what it's called.
The overrun.
The overrun.
The overrun coming from the opposite direction.
Yep.
Try not to use it.
Yeah, I don't think that's...
Yeah.
Want that.
Alternatively, some places will even have EMAS installed in that area.
Yeah, I have one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have that.
They put EMAS in that mod too. They did.
Yep.
Neat.
And maybe we'll just put one of those there.
For those who don't know what EMAS is, that's Engineered Materials Arresting System. That's to help safely stop an aircraft that is overrun or can't stop, lost brakes, or goes off the end. To safely stop the aircraft with minimal damage to the aircraft itself.
What is this stuff made out of? Do you know?
No.
All right, yeah, no problem.
Look it up.
They use it all the time at your local airport? Oh, jeez.
There's only like one manufacturer of it too, I think.
It's gravel and... Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like a sand trap for the plane.
Aerated concrete, okay.
Aerated concrete. Okay, so like it's a bunch of cinder blocks. That might not be wide enough for the runway. All right.
Composed of blocks of lightweight, crushable cellular cement material.
Huh.
It's a foamed silica bed which is made from recycled glass and is contained within a high-strengthened plastic mesh system anchored to the pavement. The foamed silica is poured into lanes bound by the mesh and covered with a poured cement layer and treated with a top coat of sealant.
Cool.
Here you go.
All right.
That is on the FAA website as well. And there you go.
Hey, Squawk, you can really go down Squawk 7700. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh. You can really go down the rabbit hole.
What kind of day are you having? This is not 7,500.
Yeah, right. You can really go down the rabbit hole and put a tower which breaks into the IFR climb out and put a displace threshold on one of your runways.
Squawk, are you in need of assistance? Did you mean to squawk 7,700?
Oh.
Are you in distress? Actually, okay, so I'm kind of doing this wrong. 7,500 is the hijack code. 7,700 is emergency. 7,600 is lost comm, or what ATC guys would call Nordo, or no radio. Anyway, here is what I can find of an AIM in a PDF file.
All right. Yeah, see, that's
all 793 pages of it.
Oh wow. Okay.
PDF pages, it would actually be half of that front and back, including cover pages and table of contents and all that.
Oh God, Tanner Reeve. Okay.
Oh goodness, no.
Did you see that? I'm like, no, stop it.
No.
Don't do that.
He's supposed to be there, that Pan Am?
Yeah. Oh God, please.
Right, yeah. Right.
That's death.
Yeah.
All right.
That's why we have CRM now.
No, that's not gonna work. I have like single placeable lines, but they're not. It's not really what I'm looking for. I can make the chevrons out of this. That's no problem. But I was just hoping we would not have to do that. Just hoping you would give me some insight into the southern colonies. Sorry. What'd I say? Being here regurgitating Gordon Wood. But you forgot about Vickers. Yeah.
Sleepy, yeah, pretty much sleepy. Catcher's mitt for $100 million plane, yeah, pretty much.
There were some chevrons on... Yeah, they're there, but I don't think that's fully indicated, Saber. I think an EMAS would probably be here because you don't want a plane sliding off of runway 2 and onto runway 16. That would be probably... That probably should be there, now that I'm really thinking about it. But yeah, guys, if you're wondering who's on comms with me, I got one of my moderators, Shattermage, and streamer, not as of late, but Shatter is a pilot, and he knows this stuff cold, so I'm using him to help me make my airport and help me make sure that the airport doesn't do anything dumb. Don't do nothing dumb.
The markers in the other direction. Yeah, cool. Good. You got the touchdowns on markers coming the other way also. Nice.
Yep. Oh, dude, we even measured it. I downloaded from the workshop. I got a measuring tool and measured 500 feet for every marker. They're in the exact right spots they should be.
Nice. Very good.
Oh, yeah.
5,000. Yep. 3,000 foot. Yep, that's it. Nice.
Mm-hmm. We got an 8,000 foot runway. 2/20 is...
I was going to say you probably have at least 7 there, so that's like, okay. Yep.
Yep. Dude, I tell you, man, if I'm going to do it, we're going to do it right. Okay, so I have 2 ILS critical area things here. Okay, one is literally taller than the other. They're on the stream right now. Is this one for... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Ren Phoenix, the red light, as far as the nav lights go, the red light is on the left, and the green light is on the right. Because when you're approaching an intersection, so the aircraft on the right would have right of way, so they would see a green light for go. Yep, there you go. Green, right, left, red. So I always think of it as right of way. So the guy on the right would go, so he would see a green light. That's how I think of it. All right, so you're talking about those marking strips there. Those look all literally the same thing. I guess it's just a matter of what size you want to use.
Okay, cool. I was wondering if like
those are all ILS critical hold short areas.
Okay, cool. So we have our localizer for runway 2 there. So I'll put the. Oh crap! Here. All right, I need reference again. I have LaGuardia up. Let's just take a look.
I've ever gone off tarmac taxiing. I certainly hope not. I've heard of it happening. So funny. It actually happened to one of our guys in my last company.
Really?
In Dickinson, North Dakota, of all places. So Dickinson, North Dakota, during the fracking boom, had a lot of traffic, and they only had like this tiny little ramp area to park 2 RJs, like the minimal amount of pavement you could use to park 2 RJs, and the only way you could get in is this little T turn with no widened area for a wider turning radius at all. So they later added more pavement to that intersection so they give some more turning space for a bigger airplane. But one of our guys got their right main stuck in the dirt area, in the mud, turning into that ramp area. And there's a little note that came out to all of us shortly after that happened, saying just remember, like in Dickinson or some of these little areas with smaller taxiways, just do a little more, just oversteer a little bit much to get the whole airplane in. But the funny thing, they went out and took pictures, and the hilarious part was the nose gear was right on the center line of the taxiway.
Oh.
Yeah. Scariest moment. I gotta think about that one. I did get almost snap rolled at 340 by a 7.8.
Really? Wait, what's that?
Yeah. Well, it was wake turbulence. They were about 10 miles ahead of us, and we hit their wake because we were climbing up to, I think, 36 or something.
Oh.
And I think I got snap rolled about, I don't know, 40 degrees briefly.
Whoa.
30 for 40 degrees. Yeah, it'll wake you up.
That's okay.
Briefly scared the bejesus out of us.
Oh.
It's like, okay, back downstairs.
Okay.
Back down to 32 for now. Yeah. Had to call the flight attendants. Is everybody okay? So, yeah, what happened? Wake.
Jeez, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the scariest moment flying? I would probably have to say before I started flying commercially, I was flying into Charleston, West Virginia, in a Bonanza. A friend of mine from high school was riding with me along for the ride. Middle of the day, I was too high on the approach. Decided to do a forward slip. I don't want to give a total aviation, aerodynamics lesson here, but a forward slip. We can look it up to landing. So I had the rudder kicked in full right, left aileron down to dump altitude off to get on glide path. And as I rolled it out level and took all the correction out, the engine started windmilling. Literal engine failure. So in a single engine airplane over a mountain airport. And so basically, so a long story short was I did what I remember from my really basic training my dad taught. Okay, mixture all the way in, put my throttle in a little bit, nothing happens, still windmilling. And then I remembered my dad pulled a trick on me when I was still a student pilot. He did this in the Cessna 150. Up at altitude, don't worry, there was anything wrong with it. He actually, I had a windmill situation with him in the airplane when he was instructing me, and he says, "Check your fuel." I pushed the mixture in and said, "It's there." He says, "No, check your fuel." And he points down underneath me to right between us. And what he had done is he had reached under his arm and flipped the fuel off, the fuel switch off. And I looked down and I said, "You turkey!" And I flipped the fuel, turned the fuel back on. Of course, the engine comes back. So and remembering that moment, I went fuel. I went down because the Bonanza has a left wing and a right wing fuel selector. So I switched from the left tank. I still had plenty of gas. I'll tell you what happened in a second. So I switched from the left wing to the right wing. Wait a sec. I was about a split second from calling Mayday because I wouldn't have made the runway. I would have gone into the river. Or into the approach lights, one of the two. And the engine came roaring back. So that was probably the longest few seconds of my life. Fuel slosh. Yeah. So what happened is when I did that slip. Now, despite having fuel baffles installed in that airplane, it's supposed to prevent that. it was little. So there was no limitation on how much of a slip I could put in that airplane according to the manual. But apparently something like that still happened. So it was fuel starvation. So most of the fuel went from the wing route all the way out to the tip.
Oh,
and there was a momentary fuel starvation. So the fuel in the other wing was of course near the route because it was the upper wing. So I just when I flipped the tanks over, hey, there's gas there. Boom, came back. So
yeah. That's
and we all lived happily ever after.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah,
it was a scary moment. And my friend actually says, "Were you scared?" I said, "After I landed, I was."
Yeah, you don't really.
I got to think about how to solve the problem, and you can't panic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that never flown a plane, but when I'm messing around in KSP and stuff, like if something goes wrong, I'm not thinking about freaking out. Like, I'm just like, okay, how do I get this over there where I need it to be? How do I do that?
Sneaky. I'm glad he did too, because my dad pulled a couple of practical things. Made me do a few things that you're not required to do. Like he made me do a spin in the Cessna before I even soloed. He made me do it, and when that's not a requirement in these days to spin, you have to learn how to recover from what's called an incipient spin, or when you're about to spin. In other words, keep yourself out of one. Now, when you go to do CFI, you actually have to demonstrate spins. But as a private pilot and pilot license, a regular pilot's license outside of an instructor's license, you don't have to demonstrate those. But my dad comes from the old school, and he says, "No, you're gonna do one because you're gonna see what one looks like, so you can get out of it if it happens."
Good call. Smart.
Yep. So yeah, that and him pulling the fuel trick he pulled on me was key in me getting out of that situation.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm glad he did that too.
To introduce the failure mode to you as training. That's smart.
Real world practical stuff instead of, hey, we're gonna demonstrate this by doing this, this, and this. I'm like, nope. He just kind of like reached underneath his knee and flipped it off and see how I would handle it.
Cool.
I did thank him for that. As I told him after we taxied into the FBO, I called him and I said, "This is what happened." He says, "Yeah." So.
Yeah, you're welcome. Bye. Yeah. It's like, thanks, man.
Should I see if I was trying to pull 161 or 140? Okay, so no, a 61. So part 61 is independent stuff. 141 would be a flight school. That's the part of the FARs that governed flight schools. I did not do any 141 stuff. I did a little bit of 142, and that is training centers. There's several of those, like I want to say 142 is stuff like stuff like Simuflight or FSI. I think those are part one. Those are 142 facilities, and but I was only for like. When I started doing my instrument training, my dad sent me to a place called a Recurrent Training Center out in Illinois, which is not there anymore. It's long gone. But it's a training center where they did me some flight training device stuff and things like that. Didn't do any actually aircraft stuff, but it was all on a little flight training device.
So how's this looking here? I don't have the.
It's you got the hold short lines backwards actually. So the dash line needs to go on the runway side because when you're clearing, you don't need clearance to exit the runway.
Got it.
Yep. And the double solid should be on the taxiway side. There you go.
You got it backwards there, G. Wait, what? Sweet.
You got your pants on backwards, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, man. That's just markings right now. Yeah, okay, cool. So, and then next to the hold short lines, there would be an indicator next to it for the runway that you're getting onto, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and those would be red. The red runway.
Got it.
And you usually have the numbers will be ordered the way you would be looking at it. So, from where you're at right now, you're on the approach end of 20, right?
Yep.
Sort of 20. So the numbers would say 20-2, right?
Okay.
Or if you're over in Europe or overseas, it would be 02, because they actually put the placeholder 0 in front. But if you're on the other end, holding short of runway 2, Well, actually, it would say the same thing. So it would but if you're coming from the opposite way, on the other side of the runway holding short, it would say 2-20.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. It shows the runway that you're closest to because they're bidirectional. So we're closer to 20, so this would be 20-2, and on the other side it'd be 2-20.
Yeah. So on the opposite side of the same end.
Cool. All right, so let's see if we can throw this all together.
Night Sensation. He does not have a flight school. He has got his own. He has his own flight training business, but it's independent. It's not a flight school. He's got clients and stuff across the country that he teaches specifically in the specific aircraft. He doesn't do any ab initio or entry level flight instruction. It's all initial and recurrent for a specific aircraft. So.
This VOD was deleted. I deleted the VOD a little while back. Remember when we saw his plane flying around in Flight Sim?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. He showed up in there because he was out traveling to a client.
Yeah, we were playing Flight Sim one time, guys, and I deleted this VOD because there was personal information in it. We were flying around in Flight Sim, and one of the NPC planes flying around was Shatter's dad flying around doing something. We saw his plane. Like, we heard it on the radio, and Shadow was like, wait, what? We heard it on the radio in-game, because we were tuned to a center, and we could hear his plane, like the NPC version of his plane, which was actually flying around.
It was total coincidence that you were actually in the same area of the country that he was.
Yeah, that was very surreal. I'm like, wait, he's actually flying around right now? He's like, yeah.
Yeah.
That guy is flying around right now. What the hell? That was actually really cool. But yeah, we had
to delete that.
We dumped that one real quick.
Yeah, because I was like I was a doofus and blurted it out.
But yeah, what are the odds of that though? That's so strange. Cool.
This sign, make it. Yeah, you got the sign backwards. That's right. So that needs to be 20-2.
Oh, okay.
Because you're on the approach end of 20, so
yeah,
it's going to show you when you're approach. Yeah, there you go.
What was that?
Now, if you were on the other side of the hold short where you are now, so if you go to across the runway from where you are right now and turn around and hold short, then that would be correct.
Okay.
Because the number will be closest to wherever that approach end is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Words are hard. There we go.
All right. And then, like, they made this all modular so you could just combine all the signs and, yeah, there we go. See, this is the kind of stuff.
Lumprod, no, we didn't actually hear his voice because what Flight Sim does is it uses live traffic or whatever, and then it just uses the in-game, text-to-speech stuff and just. Hello.
We broke something.
Hello, Air Force Proud. Is that you? It takes the traffic and just kind of modulates it into the game. It doesn't take any actual ATC transmissions or anything.
Yeah, two-way taxi. Is that a two-way? Wait, did I put a two-way down by accident? Hold on. Oh, I did. Oh, it picks up on two-way taxiways. It works. But now it thinks that... Okay, two-way taxiways work.
Oh, wait, so what is it? What happened?
All right, here, look at the route paths. I'll click on the route paths for the runway. That should tell you everything you need to know. It's picking up that taxiway as a way to exit the runway, but the game doesn't understand that you need a full runway to land the plane. So it just sees the first cell as the way to exit the runway, which is why the default runway in cities, you can only attach taxiways in one-way format at the ends of the runway, or else that happens.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, AI mechanic limitations.
Yeah, the pathing is all funky. So here, let me go in here and go into taxiway, and then I will switch this to dark asphalt one way, and then it should go back to pathing correctly. So So we need dark.
Apparently they fixed the old problem with airplanes perpetually holding in circles overhead of the airport.
Yeah, they follow the lines. You can tell them
Yeah.
where to approach from, which is actually really cool.
Right on. I remember before this DLC came out, I was watching one of Biffa's videos, and Biffa called them vulture planes.
Yeah.
Oh man. Circling like vultures over the airport.
Right? So, you know what I'll do? Because I noticed that the two-way runways connect in, the two-way taxiways connect into Oh! Okay.
Oh yeah. Welcome to. This is now an MSFS 20.
The two-way taxiways connect into stuff better. Jesus. Oh my goodness. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, Sneaky, I saw that too. God, that was...
Yeah, I'm like, oh.
This is now a Flight Sim 20 stream.
Yep, yep. Here, let's see what happens if
Deja vu.
I've just been to this place before. This is two-way. I want that.
I swear, highlight reels of this channel would be like meme central. I think.
Yeah, they would. It would be something, man.
Oh, man. 747 turns on a dime. Yeah. A lot of dimes.
Yeah, actually, like three dimes. Yeah, I might have to. So they have ways to custom paint the stripes on this. I might have to do it there because there's intersecting taxiways. So I might have to go back and custom paint the lines. But
Alitalia. Wow, rest in peace.
that's not a thing no more.
I don't think Alitalia's gone.
Really? Yeah. No, I have a pack that gives all
Yeah, this shit done.
realistic live. Sweet. That's not sweet, but I think that's a 777. Looks like 777. I mean, I know those G90s anywhere.
Yeah, Alitalia ceased operations back in October.
Well, that's a shame.
Yep. So operations and assets were transferred to ITA Airways, a new state-owned flag carrier. Yeah.
Ugh.
So it's a different. I'll transfer it over to a different name now.
Yeah. Yeah, see, like, I even have different... You have different surface types, so, like, we can have...
Same font and colors, though, strangely enough.
That's very Italian. We will absorb them. So they change to our liveries now? No. What, are you crazy? That's very... Yeah, that makes sense.
Blue airplanes, I see. Interesting.
Yeah, see, there is some seam lines for where you try to connect the modded taxiways into the other taxiways, but yeah, it ain't too bad. But yeah, if you do some fudging around with this stuff, it definitely works. You can get the mod content to work just fine.
I found it kind of annoying that I found it kind of interesting that they made the attachment points like about 250 feet short of the threshold, and vice versa. Instead of attaching the taxiways to the actual pulley onto the approach end, I'm like, oh great, so now every airport's gonna be like Louisville. Because they mostly depart from the close intersection in Louisville. At least on 3-5 left, 1-7 right. If you want the full length, you got a back taxi.
So if I type in line net, check this out. I got you can make them like fences. It's using the code for the fences to make all the different markings that we need. Yeah, see, I use that to make the hold short lines. I have white lines. Do we have yellows? Do I have a straight yellow line? Because if I have a straight yellow line, I can use that to make the chevron correctly. Bingo.
Very nice.
Very nice. I like you. All right, where the... I need the side taxiway. Approach thin, approach thick. Ooh, what's... Okay. This one says approach thick. It is a... It's dotted yellow on either side with a solid in the center. What is that? What's...
Oh, yes. That is called the... it is creatively called the Enhanced Taxiway Centerline. So those are used... they're starting to see them more often. So that is... that's your indicator that you're approaching a hold short line or runway. So that they'll start doing that. I think it's the last 50 feet.
Okay.
I think it's the last 50 feet of a taxi line coming up to a hold short mark.
Noted. So if I spline this in like that, I should be able to just
Enhance.
Enhance. Oh yeah, look at that. That's pretty neat.
There you go. There you go. Nice. That's right.
Yeah. We can just bend that. Oh, that's legit. I love this mod. This mod is so good.
Gotta love move it.
Oh yeah, that's move it. I love that.
That one too.
Yep. Now.
Hold on. Let me see. You might want to turn that around because it looks like the. Yeah. Well, it's just it's minutia, but the looks like the dash line part. See how it's coming up to and it's touching the ILS critical thing.
Flip it.
But it's not on the hold short. Yeah, if you flip around, it looks more. It would be like I said, it's minutia, but.
Nope. That's dude.
There you
I
go.
want somebody that flies.
There
to,
we go.
To look
There
at
we
this
go.
and be like, yep, that's correct. That's the whole point. That's why I have you here because of that. Because of little things like that.
That's nice.
Hey, that's nice. Shampoo is better.
I go on first and clean the hair. Conditioner is better. I leave the hair silky and smooth. Oh, really, fool?
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Looking at me, Swan.
Yes. Shatter's one of us. One of us. One of
Billy,
us.
no gibberish today, please. I beg you. Sorry, Daddy.
He slurps the freaking sip. That's so funny.
Kinda Disney.
I love that you can quote that just as good as I can. That just makes me really happy. Nerds, that's right. That's right, we are. What are you going to do about it? Nothing.
See you later, Billy.
Shabadoo. Oh, God. That's awesome.
Oh, man.
3NC, what's that? True story. Russian pilot was landing in an EU airport. Towers tell him to exit the runway 2-3 taxiways before the last. Pilot ignores them and exit at the last. Tower went furious and asked him why he ignored them. Pilot answers them with a heavy Russian accent. I pay the whole runway, I use whole runway. Nice.
Yeah. Have I ever used Adam Sandler voice make announcement? No, I haven't. We need to use. There was a time where we could get away with some funny stuff on the PA. Like for example, like my last company, like a long time ago, there was a guy like we used to have ATRs that would occasionally use Beavis and Butthead voices to PAs. The problem with doing stuff like that is eventually someone's going to complain. And ruin the fun, so to speak. So we have to use discretion doing those things. Now we will use say funny things occasionally, in jest, but like one of my I didn't come up with this one on my own. I took it from somebody else, but I said here at our company we have the best and brightest pilots and flight crews in the business. Unfortunately, they all called in sick today, so you have us instead. So, which every time I use that, I got some good laughs out of that one. But
It hasn't said, so sorry about that.
One of my favorite ones I've heard is they introduced themselves, and when they introduced the flight attendants, they said we've got one of the best flight attendants in the business on board. I'll leave it to you to decide which one it is.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You decide.
100% sterile cockpit, right?
That just sounds not fun at all.
Yeah.
Man, it just sounds terrible.
Yeah. The guy that did Beavis and Butthead, because on my old aircraft, there's a button on the console on the center pedestal to dump all the cabin pressure, and it's a guarded switch, and it just says dump. So, and I'm not making this up. It really does. And it just says dump, and he would say do this Beavis and Butthead. Hey Beavis, this button says dump.
Yeah, dump. So, make it happen. Dump.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Makes me so happy.
So.
Oh, that's amazing.
As a side note, it's something completely unrelated as a tangent here. When I was out in Aspen last weekend, and they had a beanie hat that said Aspen Snowmass on it, and then embroidered on the top it said "I love big dumps."
Yep.
Like snow, like dumps of snow, and I regret not buying it, because the next day it was gone, and I was like, I should have bought that stupid hat.
Yeah. Yep. Missed opportunity.
Yep.
Elevated. I don't want elevated. Ground line 2-way. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Okay.
Why would you dump cabin pressure? You wouldn't dump it at altitude, but it's like if you have to depressurize the cabin, like either at low altitude or on the ground or something, to make sure you actually equalize all the pressure in the cabin, that would be the way to do it. I think there was only like one procedure in the entire Quick Reference Handbook, or QRH, that called for using that button, and I don't remember which one it was, to be honest. But you know, it's there.
Alright. So I had to fiddle around with the taxiways a little bit, and I had to move the ILS lines for a second. But yeah. Now.
Another one I could think of off the top of my head, if you wanted to dump the cabin, especially at low altitude, is smoke evacuation. Because when you dump the cabin, it puts the outflow valve to full open, and if you got smoke in the cabin, that'll help evacuate it pretty quick. So.
You'd only do that I'm wondering, will hitting that drop the oxygen masks in the cabin?
The oxygen masks will see on my last aircraft, they would drop. They'll drop automatically if the cabin altitude gets above a certain point. So, and I think on my last airplane it was above 12.5, give or take 500 feet or something like that, or getting close to 14,000 feet. They'll automatically drop at a hard number.
Okay.
But there's also an override switch that it goes from. There's a switch that says off, auto. It's an auto all the time, and then on. So you flip it to on. You flip it to on. It drops the mask. We call it the rubber jungle. So it drops all the masks overhead, and
okay.
the manual override.
I mean, that's...
Don't touch that switch. there have been stories of that, of the mask switch actually being bumped or whatever, and it flips to on, and it's a maintenance operation. They come and repack all the masks. It takes a bit.
Oh
no, it didn't. No, it did not happen to me.
That sounds like that would. Oh, dude, that would take forever.
Could it be helpful with electrical fire in the cabin? I mean, it all depends on what it is. We have our masks. We of course we can open our window too. Yeah, I would have to pull out the. I actually have an old QRH from my last airplane here that the maintenance just gave me. It was an old. It was an older Vision. They were coming to the airplanes to swap the books out and said, "Here, you want a QRH?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure."
Cool.
So I've got an old QRH for my for my old airplane back in my library for funsies.
That's neat.
Yep.
Okay, let me just. So yeah, you gotta. I'm just figuring out the workflow for placing all the critical area and the hold short and the super enhanced taxiway of fun. Yeah.
I am Panta. Actually, you are Panta. I am Shattermage.
Yeah. What are you, crazy? So I'm noticing something here, like it's yeah. All right, yeah, I want to get rid of that hold short marker just for a second. You can like lock these in. You can attach. What's up?
No, nothing. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
You can lock the. It's very weird. So because these things are they're using the code for the fences to make these lines and stuff for the runways. You can attach. I can attach the hold short to the taxiway boundary line. I can attach it to it like you'd attach two fences or two roads together in this game, and it made a cell. It split the cell on the line, and then that makes it very difficult because the hold short and the taxiway line overlap if you connect them like roads. You don't want them to connect, which is why I'm having a little bit of trouble getting this right. That's what I mean by figuring out the workflow.
So, fun fact, I've actually had this username of mine for 20 years now. I've been Shattermage since 2001.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, cool. If you set up the cells right, the planes will stop right at the right spot. That's pretty neat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you put the taxiway cell at the hold short line, or the hold short line at where the taxiway cell connects into the runway, the plane stopped there. It stopped at the hold short line when a plane was landing, which was really freaking cool, actually.
That was neat.
Yeah, that just made me pretty happy. It's pretty cool. That one didn't. That's one of my planes, the hand banana airplane. That didn't. So, that's good. So I got that going for me, which is nice. There we go.
Sounds like you need a chief pilot's message out to the populace. Please hold short lines.
That's why they're there.
But sir, there wasn't a hold short line. Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, it's because you went past it. Wait, what?
Yeah.
All right, so let's get this hold short line here, and then what I'm gonna see you can attach it. You can attach it to the lines. That's not what I want. I just want to make the dang thing. Make sure that it's straight. Flip it around so I don't get it backwards like I did before, and then manually place. Because it'll overlap, and it looks weird if it overlaps. You get some Z fighting there.
Next episode of Dragon Ball Z fighting.
Okay, I think I got it. Now I gotta put the marker light, the markers in the pavement for the hold short line. So
anything else on the airport surface that I can pick out and answer?
Actually, I got a question here, and this is probably something that's, I'm not sure if this is individual or what, but I'm looking at the if you look on the screen, I'm looking at the taxiways that go down to runway 4/22, right? Mm-hmm. One of the hold shorts for the taxiway says 4-22, and the other one just says 4. The other one just says 4 it attaches at the threshold. Is that why?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're approaching an intersection, hold short. It would have both of them the corresponding number on the side which that runway would be on. So if you're on the other side of the runway looking the other way, it would say 22-4.
Okay.
Because 22 would be to your left and 4 would be to your right. Or coming from that direction.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I got you.
Same as the signage.
Yep. Yep.
So technically, since all the taxiways connect about 250 feet short of the threshold in this game, I mean, and technically you would probably put, I think you would probably put 20-2 on there, but I don't think you would be at fault for putting just 20 on it also. So
yeah,
I think it would be up to you.
Cool.
Hold long.
Hold long.
Haven't thought of that.
And would the 20-2
shower
sign?
thoughts. Shower thoughts.
Would the 20-2 be indicated on both left and right sides of the runway, or the taxiway? Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I believe. Yes, you would. Yeah, because right now it's only the right side. Usually it's the captain that's doing the taxi. He's on the left side of the airport, left side of the thing. But yeah, you would duplicate those to the other side.
Cool.
Wait, so both pilots can clearly see it.
Sweet. Now we're talking. See, this took me a second.
Taxiway, yeah.
Yep. This took me a second, fellas, but now I understand how you have to put this all together, and now we can actually do this right.
So, since we've done it like we have here 20-2, you would repeat that signage on the pavement. So since we're doing both runways on here on the signage, you could go ahead and do it that way.
Cool.
So, but like you saw on the pavement with just 4 instead of 4-22, that would be repeated on the signage as well.
Got it.
Now we're thinking with portals. Zandon.
Word. All right, so
please hold your sequence is important to us. There you go.
Sweet. That's awesome. Dude, this is cool. I love doing little things like that. That's sick. I want someone to look at this, like in the future when we're working on it. If I show the airport off, I want someone to look at it and be like, "Oh, all right."
Yeah, be your resident FAA guy, and says like airport inspection. Here we go.
Yeah, no, I would want my airport to pass FAA inspection, because I'm weird like that.
My dirty lanyard, ID card, soup stained tie, and clipboard. I'm from the FAA and I'm here to help. Checks in the mail.
Savage.
Yeah. We're not happy until you're not happy.
We're not happy until you're not happy. Awesome.
Thanks for flying with us. Thank you. Come again.
Now, I'll be honest. I'm telling people, like, with what's going on with, like, Starbase, how the FAA is involved. Like, people that keep saying, like, oh, the FAA is, like, it's so useless. I'm like,
they're not your enemy, but they're not your friend either. You know, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
They exist for a reason. We're glad they do.
Bingo.
You know, it's the government. You know, you gotta be able to play the game. It is the most heavily regulated industry in the country.
Yep.
Is UPS still? I don't know. I'm not familiar with UPS's hiring process. Examiner T-shirt to your school was scorned pretty badly. Okay.
Awesome.
Of course, cool. I'm Shatter Mage. That's some one of the mods.
Yeah, Shatter is helping me with getting all the signage right because I was looking through it yesterday and I'm not with UPS. No, sorry. I'm with cargo operator number 245 or something. it's add a number here. He flies for Janet. Just saying.
I would tell you, but then I'd have to kill you.
Yeah, Shatter.
All of you. I'd ban all of you.
Shatter flies. What did you say you flew? 7.6s, right?
767. Yep.
That's cool.
Yep. And the only reason I'm willing to share that now is because it's because the 7.6 is flown by pretty much everybody. So it's kind of hard. It's harder to narrow down who I'm with.
Yep.
So.
Ever fly an MD-11?
No, I have not. No. This is my first wide body jet. I flew for the regionals before this. So. Flying Peopoli.
Warning.
Uh-oh, earthquake.
Predict an earthquake could hit the area soon.
Uh-oh. Oh, please don't be in my airport.
Oh no.
I got a 6-1 earthquake coming.
Oh, I see that.
I'm gonna quick save. Middle of the airport, please. I would die if if it goes right over the taxiway that I just finished, I'd be a little upset.
Blender, yeah, I work for a Part 121 commercial operation. Yes, so an airline. Yeah, when you say airline, most people think passengers, but I do work for a cargo airline. Yes. Worst weather I've encountered? Well, I've been in some pretty high winds before, trying to land and take off, and landed in blizzards. I've rainstorms. Oh, not the interchange. Please, not the interchange.
It didn't take the interchange, thank God.
Oh, God. It's the Earth going real fart.
Real fart.
Yeah. This is my crack.
Oh boy, that's not good. All right, so
Let me tell you about the presidency of Old Hickory.
Do I still watch regular every day, dude, or every Monday at least.
My ex-wife was infused with riboflavin. We had a baby after she died.
Oh my God. I'm blacking out my tail lights.
So that don't work. Yeah.
Blacking out the tail lights so they don't work as good.
I mounted my rally lights to my radiator support. Now if I get into a fender bender, I leak coolant.
Oh, that guy, Mr. Regular's the best, man.
Yeah.
Alright, so I just...
It's dad time again. Time for dad. I'm your dad. I don't want you driving any of that import crap.
Bridge over it and you're good.
Bridge over.
Yep, that's what we're
No train level tour for you, huh?
Nah, I don't need that. And it looks cool.
Yeah.
I did spend a good amount of...
That.
I did spend a good amount of time getting these railroad tracks to, be graded correctly over like a 3-mile stretch, so I'm probably just gonna grade that back to where it was. But the rest of the highway can have a bridge. The scar mark looks cool. Chicks dig scars, you know. You can pick up chicks in a tank, you know that?
You wanna know how I got these scars?
Oh, God. Can't pick up chicks in a tank.
We're gonna get a tank in this job. You worry about chicks. What chicks are we gonna pick up, man? And secondly, are you gonna pick up chicks in a car looks like that? Well, what kind of car is it? I don't know. Looks like a big cat of some kind. Like a puma? Yeah, man. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. All right, there we go. Fixed up.
I frequent CVG quite a bit, Blender. Yeah.
Stupid thingy.
Stupid thingy. How about that? Yeah.
I like it.
Oh my God! The portal sent me back in time, and I said, "There's no way you could pick up chicks in the tank." Tucker, what the fuck are you babbling about?
Fachikabawa.
Sarge, come in, Sarge. I've come into this nexus of portals that can take me anywhere in the universe. Or it's the janitor's closet. Heck, I don't know. Sarge, come in, Sarge.
There we go. All right.
I'm trying to censor it. I didn't let it all come out.
That's all good, man.
DCS World. I do not play DCS World. No, sorry. I don't get that much into flight simming at all. I don't even own Flight Sim 20, to be honest.
He lives it, guys, every day.
Yeah.
He is the Senate. Wait, what?
I am the Senate. My logic was always, the last thing I want to do when I come home from work is pretend I'm at work again. So I just don't.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair.
Yeah.
Cool. There should be a light indicating to hold
oh.
short, right?
Yeah. Hold on a second. So taxi. Okay, so runway. So you got the runway lighting correctly.
Yep.
Runway edge lights, center lights are white for the most part, with the exceptions of the runway ends. But taxiways are blue outlined and green center lines.
Green center on the taxiway. Okay. Let's see.
It's my favorite part about being a pilot. That's a tough one, to be honest. I don't know. There's a lot of things I like about it. I like the fact that I'm flying heavy machinery, and the fact I get to travel around, especially now that I'm doing international flying. Didn't do that at the regionals. Username checks. Thanks, Reddit.
Oh, we got the little pylon lights too. We can place those. That's neat.
Yeah, there we go.
That's pretty cool. Dude, the fact that somebody went through and modeled all this is like...
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Pretty freaking cool. You can literally make any airport.
Oh, it stinks that it snowed last night when we got home. And we got like 1.5 inches of snow, and the last thing I want to do is go out and snowboard right now because I'm just too sore.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. I mean, I'm gonna have to shovel that.
Is it common for pilots to play flight sims? Oh well, it depends. It's all depends on the person, really. You know, some guys are prop heads and they'll come home and they'll play flight sim. Like that's what they do. There's a couple guys here on Twitch that fly for different of the cargo operators that I'm around all the time, and they're playing flight sim. There's not many of them. We're not us gamer pilots are not a very large culture, but you know, we do exist. But it depends on what some guys want to do in their spare time. Some guys have a plane; they'll go out and fly their own airplane on their days off. You know, I don't own my own airplane yet. Not yet, okay. I'm I'm just not one of them. I don't feel like I want to come home and play flight sim. If I want to come home and play video games, I've got a lot of other games that I have so many that I want to get through. And I've got Game Pass now, so I'm trying to get some of those.
Oh, dear.
I'm really loving Forza Horizon 5 right now, like a lot.
Dude, people want me to play that game.
Oh, it's so good, man.
Yeah, that's what everybody's
It's my
telling
first,
me.
and it's my first Forza.
Really?
So, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. Sailplanes? Nope. I'm not. I haven't flown sailplanes before. I am airplane. My credentials are airplane, single engine land, multi-engine land with commercial privileges on both, and airline transport pilots, multi-engine land. I am
The Senate. Wait, what?
with a PAC type rating in the Boeing 767, as well as 757 comes with it, and then one of the RJ models. I was an RJ captain for 2 years before the massive biological catastrophe hit.
That's a good way to put it.
When you're trying to play with people, yeah, it gets a little. It's a little fussy sometimes.
Sweet. Okay. So you said taxiway center lines are white lights?
No, center line taxi lights are green.
Green. Okay.
Yeah, green. Edge lights are blue.
So if I type, and this is for anybody else.
Are those blue lights blue lights you got there, or are they're just white, just different shade of white?
The ones that I just messed with are blue, I think.
Are they? Okay.
If you type in, and this is for anybody that gets this mod, the airport parts pack mod, if you type line net in, it loads up all the spline lines, so you can make them like roads.
Reticulating splines.
Reticulating splines. Good man.
I was looking up old videos on YouTube of SimCity 4 in 2000 and 3000, and I'm like, whoa, wow, this is not the game I remember. I'm too used to cities.
Those are hard games to play, man.
Oh man, I know. Before this game, I was occasionally playing SimCity 4, and that needs mods to get the traffic to work properly.
Yeah. That's why when Cities came out, jumped right into it, dude. I knew exactly what to do because of SimCity 4 when City Skylines came out.
Well, that's looking good. Nice threshold end lights, end identifier lights.
Yep. Dude.
And you would also have, now if you with an approach light system, you would have green shooting the other direction.
Yeah. Okay.
If you had an approach light system.
I haven't gotten into that yet, but I have the posts for him too, and the thing is, like, the way this guy set this up, it has a little bit of a codependency for lighting, but if you set this up so he has 1 and then he has 2, and then like they're all labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I could never figure out why, right? And then we place them down, and if they're connected into electricity, hold on, which they are, and it's daytime now, they'll
Oh, the sequence flashers.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, the sequence flashers work, which is really, really gnarly. It's really cool. We were messing with it last night, and I couldn't get it working, and then somebody's like, well, put it connected into the electrical grid. Maybe the lights will turn on then. I'm like, well, it should have the lightning bolt over it if it doesn't, and we connected it on the grid, and the thing started just. Are you going to set it up like a MALSR? What's an MALSR?
Mausers, medium intensity approach light systems with sequence flashers. So it's a different type of approach light system. If you do a Google search for the Mauser, it'll probably tell you exactly what it is. It's a very common approach light system. Although I'm not when I think about it, usually like if you, I know Chicago is able to do it, but even sometimes when you have a threshold that close to another runway, you might not even have an approach light system on it. You might have just rails and that's it.
Yeah.
But you can absolutely put a Mauser system or something that you would integrate the lights into the pavement of the other runway. Of course, those lights are directional, so the person on the plane on the other runway would not see them.
Okay.
But you can absolutely do that. I mean, Chicago does it. So.
Okay. Cool. Don't they use SCMODs? SCMODs?
SCMODs?
State, County, Municipal Offender Data System. Okay. Yeah, I still have to get into the approach light stuff. But yeah, the taxiway stuff should keep me busy for a little while, that's for sure. So, you know what the cool thing is? Now I should be able to just copy this. Should be able to just flip it to the other side. Right, and then we should be able to take these things right here, and then marquee select over here, copy those, flip those around 180 degrees, and then do a slight move, and bingo.
And now before you can see the signage. Now, so that you're on the other side,
Yeah.
those should now say 2-20.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it's flipped. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, something I didn't mention before, we were talking about localizer stations and stuff. So, fun fact for everybody else here: ILS and localizer approaches are usually limited to a maximum, I think, of a 5-degree offset, angle offset. So, if they're any more than that, they turn into what's called an LDA, or a localizer type directional aid approach. And it becomes something. And then those can either have a glide slope installed with them, or sometimes they don't. But they become they become a non-precision approach essentially.
What was Kai-Tak?
Kai-Tak was something completely unique.
Yeah.
to that airport. It was called an IGS approach, or an instrument guidance system. So there was a localizer station that was out there somewhere, and the rest of the approach was and it was really just for guidance, and most of the approach was visual. So when you got down to a certain point, the missed approach was like way back there, like before you even turned. Then there was a big old checkerboard apparatus up on the hill near Kowloon that you would fly to, and you would turn your final over that.
Yeah, I was showing him the checkerboard on Google Earth.
Checkerboard. I think the checkerboard hill's still there.
It's still there. Yeah, we saw it on Google Earth. They haven't been painting it, but it's overgrown a little bit, but you can still see it. So what is this, Geeson? Geeson put a tip in there. Tapes had side B, so it's only logical that their successor would be the C.
Oh my. Deep thoughts.
Flykin, what's...
I like it, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Can you explain the difference between a live axle, torsion bar, and independent suspension, please? Not right now. Right now is plane time.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Airplane time, exactly. Grab shark. 26 months, here's the 26 more, my brother. Thanks, man. How cool is this? This is freaking sweet. And then, you know, the cool thing is we could just start copying the critical errors. You just copy it and it sub-assembles it for the most part. You know, for LDA approaches, probably the most famous application of an LDA would be Reagan National to 19, Roslyn LDA. Okay. That's where
Which
you
I
have to like fly up the
I have
river,
flown.
right?
Yeah, you come down the river. Now there's the river visual, which is the visual analog to that approach. But the LDA, the Roslyn LDA to 19 is the instrument approach to that. And the missed approach for that is before the last bridge or something like that, the last segment of its visual. There's actually a localizer. I think the localizer station is on the other side of the lagoon, I believe, somewhere. I haven't been able to find where it is, but it's on the other side of the river.
So, is this the localizer for 1?
Yes, that would be the localizer for 1. So
Oh.
the 19 localizer would actually be on the other side, on the east side of the river, the lagoon.
Really? Okay, let's go back in and take a
Yeah,
look. Google it.
because it actually shoots up the Potomac River.
So this is the localizer for 19. Okay, let's see.
So it would actually be, it wouldn't be on the other end of the runway. No, it would. We're talking about if you're coming down the Potomac on the river visual approach.
Yeah. Okay.
Keep going past the airport, and it's over like on the east side of the river.
Huh. All right, let's look around.
It'll be over there somewhere.
What's this? Hold on, there's like a weird dock out here. Nope, not that.
Now, here, let me see if I can find the thing here.
Armory Point. Nope. Oh, wait, hold on.
Pardon my key clicks.
No, dude, I can't even hear it. Hold on, I found something.
Maybe it's actually, it might not be on the other side of the river. Actually, I think it's.
I'm trying to look for it. Oh, wait, what's this? What the heck?
Hold on. No, it's on the, look at the approach plate here now.
I have questions.
No, I'm sorry. Oh, no, the localizer is actually on the field.
I have questions. What the how? How does, why is... What? Dude?
Air Force Point 5? I don't know. I don't know.
How did that get there? Like, I'm genuinely curious how that 747 is there.
Did not say no parking.
Yeah, no, I mean... It's painted in VC-25 livery. What the heck? How is that even there? What is that for? What? I don't understand. How did it get there?
Well, my guess is model. I don't know. Okay,
right.
actually, I think the localizer is on the field.
Yeah.
It actually is on the field, and it's probably... Let me see. Let me look at my Google Maps here. Reagan National Satellites.
It's an Air Force One replica? That don't look like no replica, man. That's a real 747. Are you saying it's a 74 that they painted like it?
There it is. Oh, I found it. It's right next to the VOR.
Oh.
So yeah, the Washington VOR.
Where's the VOR?
It's just to the right of the, if you're looking to the north, it's to the right of the threshold of 19.
Yeah, I see it.
Nope, keep going. Keep north. It's keep going. It's on the, it's between, it's near the approach end of 19. That big old, you're too far.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yep. Oh, dude, whoa, there it is.
There's your localizer station right there. You go. That's the localizer. That's the LDA for 19.
And it's totally offset because you cannot fly over there. There's a reason why you can't fly over there. And it mostly stems from that building right there.
And the mall and the Lincoln Memorial and the Naval Observatory.
Yeah.
That's P56. Permitted area 56. Yep.
Yeah, you don't want to fly there. You'll probably get in trouble. It's interesting though that it flies like that localizer and that glide slope puts you right over the Pentagon. That's really cool. That must be one hell of a view when you're coming in. Yeah, flying over that area over there probably give you lead poisoning. Yeah, that's a good bet, Tessa. Yeah, it's a good bet. Yeah, or you know, you might
a nice escort from a couple of our air boys. And well, it depends on what's happening. There's a guy guarding there's a guy in a room guarding a red switch. I'll let you guess what it's for.
you probably get the Tory Bruno special up your tailpipe.
And he has a call sign. His name's Whammo. I'm not making that up.
Really? No.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But that's like 9-10-year-old information though at this point. So whether it's still the same or not, but
Oh,
there's
please.
a guy that guards a switch.
Please tell me his name's Whammo. That would be amazing. I want to believe.
Want to believe. And with that, I need to be going.
All right, man. Hey, thank you so much for your help, dude. I really appreciate it.
You bet. No problem. Anytime. When this airport's DLC came out, and I was just like, oh, hey, a DLC I can maybe get behind if it's not lame.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be lame.
No, I thought it was at the beginning where I'm like, oh my god, the runways are terrible. And then the second we realized it works with the mod stuff, now I'm all in because the terminal stuff is well done. It's very well done.
Yeah, I can work with the vanilla stuff and taking off and landing one direction and one-way taxiways. I can make that stuff work. It's no big deal. But once I saw the concourses plop down, it's like, oh, these have subway stations put into it, and I'm thinking, oh, that's not a security threat at all.
Yeah, right.
We're putting the bus terminals on the side of the concourse arms. I mean, if you look, that can be fixed with the interior architecture, but still, I just thought it was funny. I really like the fact they added articulated buses and double deckers with a higher capacity. I'm like, oh my goodness, thank God.
Dude, I haven't even gotten into that stuff yet. My bus depot is not hooked up.
I got to get that Vehicles of the World DLC pack also because I'm like, I need like double articulated road trains in my life.
I don't blame you. All right, man.
Okay, I gotta split. Sorry, you guys.
Thanks,
no problem.
brother.
Maybe I'll
talk
be
to you.
on at some other time.
Okay, dude.
Yeah.
I'll see ya.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
You hang up first. All right, he hung up. All right, cool.
Discovery.
No, you
go
hang up
throttle.
first. No, you hang up first. You need to add a USO in the middle of that terminal loop like LAX. Cool. Shatter, thank you very much, man. I do appreciate it. That helped me a lot, actually. And then we came up with a workflow, and now all of our stuff's gonna look freaking mint. Can we raise those up a little bit? No. All right. All right. So, see, like, and now, Shatter, check this out. I can make it into a sub-assembly, right? And we can just, I can just, copy that. Boop. Dunzo. Now this stuff should be super simple. Super simple to get right. Yep. That was the tough part, dudes. So we can copy this with move it, and this would be flipped around. Flip that. Flip that. Flip that. Just a little bit of sleight of hand with the mouse. Take this. Copy it. Place that. Place that. Bye-bye. Do you really need the ILS line if you already have the runway hold line there? ILS and runway hold lines are not mutual. They're not exclusive to each other. Yeah, that's why I asked Shatter about it. He was telling me about it just a second ago, dude. They're not the same. The ILS line and the hold short line sometimes is different. Here, let's go back to O'Hare. Looking good? Thanks, man. We were looking down here where there's... See? They're not always in the same spot. The ILS so this is called an ILS critical area, and then there's your hold short. See? They're not always exactly the same. Sometimes you have ILS critical areas with runways because there's a... You see there's a locator right there. The ILS locator is right there, and it's transmitting that way. And they have those lines in the way. Can't wait till they finally have you make a run to O'Hare. Yeah. Yeah. What does the ILS lines? ILS critical area, Ivan. So the ILS is bouncing a signal or throwing out a signal that way. It's throwing out a signal this way for planes. Oh, that's a parking lot. The ILS is throwing these locators. They throw out a signal going that way. It's a signal going this way for a plane that's coming in to land this way. Right? And if a plane's coming this way, the localizer is at the back, right? It's usually at the back. Sometimes, like what Shatter was just telling us, it's in a different spot. It depends on the runway. But most of the time, it's at the back. So see, there's a localizer there. This localizer is for planes coming in and landing this way. We're coming in and landing this way. So the localizer is on the other side of this runway right here. See this? So there's a hold short right there, and then there's a ILS critical area. You don't want a plane flying in front of the transmitter. I can think of several reasons why you wouldn't want that. Planes, metal, signal, distorted. That signal is basically how the plane's instrument landing system finds the runway. Yeah, you don't want to screw with that. Big metal tubes tend to block the ILS. ILS is kind of a guiding line for bad visual situations. The instrument landing system, yeah, it's exactly what the name implies, Hippo. Instrument landing system. The plane will land itself. What the plane does is it homes in on a signal from the localizer. It homes in on that signal, and the plane will fly right to the runway. So now keep in mind, there's two components to an ILS. There's the localizer, and then there's the glide slope. The glide slope system right here. That's this thing. This thing does what that thing does, but with elevation, and then that thing, the localizer is distance. One is vertical, the other's horizontal. This thing will tell you that you're lined up on the glide slopes, up and down. This thing will tell you that you're lined up with the runway. When you combine those two, you get a system that'll basically bring your airplane right here, and then all you have to do is just put it down on the runway. And yeah, this will make it because you can broadcast radio frequencies through snow, whatever. Does the radio not work if it's snowing out? No, the radio will always work. So the plane can always find the runway in inclement weather. Now, it's pretty cool because planes have multiple ways to find the runway nowadays. You have RNAV, and you have GPS, which I believe RNAV uses GPS if I'm remembering right. I could be wrong on that one. So you end up with two glide slope areas will both match up. You basically have a crosshair point to be on. That's cool. Yeah, and it uses a radio frequency. It uses it's just a radio frequency. Whoa, okay. That's gonna end real well. The ILS is, if you tuned into it, it's just like it's just that. RNAV uses LNAV and VNAV. Yeah, there's multiple, but long story short, there's multiple ways. But this is what's something that's cool to look for if you know what you're looking for. Some runways have ILS, some runways don't. Some runways have the glide slope, some runways don't. You have your 2 glide slope indicators for 10 left and 10 center right there. See the glide slope stations? They're always 400 feet off the right side of the runway. Or, I mean, they could be on the left. It doesn't matter. But I noticed that they're always 400 feet off the center line. Every time. Like, it's exactly 400 off the center. All the time. Yeah, and then you have the VOR. The VOR is a little bit different. And we're getting into it. I'm going to do it, guys. I'm going to do it. Where's the VOR? So the VOR is an omnidirectional antenna. It broadcasts in a 360-degree field of view. It's kind of like a phased array antenna, but not. I'm trying to find the VOR. It looks like a dinner plate almost. You know what? Check this out. So here's what we'll do. I'm always going to use this as the example because this is I have a readily available sound clip of what this beacon sounds like. So this is Toronto Pearson. Toronto Pearson's airport code is YYZ. Right? There's the VOR. That's what the antenna looks like. It looks like a dinner plate. So one of these things transmits a signal and it bounces it off this post and it sends it out in, there's 36 of these things. 36 for every 10th of a degree, every 10 degrees on the compass. So if you're a plane, right, and you tune to the VOR, it'll basically tell you where the airport is. You can figure out where the airport is, right? So you're a dinner plate. So this one, because the airport code is C, so Charlie YYZ or YYZ, right? Charlie's means Canada, so it's CYYZ. This one is, it broadcasts YYZ in Morse code. And if those letters sound familiar to you, well, there's also this. You understand? Yeah, that's if you tuned into this, you can tune into it with a radio. If you tune into the VOR for Toronto Pearson, it's making this noise. Probably not in stereo like that, but yeah, that's what VORs do. It's the beacon to find this to find the airport so planes can find it. They can home in on the radio signal. And also, if that noise sounded familiar to you, I'll play a couple more seconds of it. Yep. Can only play it for a second. That's why that song is cool. YYZ, off of Rush's Moving Pictures album, is a song about airplanes. They used the VOR beacon and made a song out of the beat that the VOR beacon makes. Yeah, song about airplanes. You're not gonna get DMCA'd for a 15-second clip of a song. It's transformative that way. But yeah, also very contextual, very transformative. And I'm also using it for education, so you'll probably be okay. Not probably. You will be okay. Sorry, your whole stream is claimed now. Rush literally made a song out of the VOR beacon at Toronto Pearson, which is just alright. That's pretty friggin' cool. Yeah, well, Rush is a bunch of nerds. Sneaky. All their songs are cool like that. Like, there's Red Barchetta on Moving Pictures. a red barchetta, I should say. But that's about an old Ferrari race car. Well, not a race car, an old Ferrari coupe. So that's about an old car. There's Countdown, which is about the space shuttle. There's YYZ, which is about airplanes. It's cool. Rush is awesome, dude. It's such a good band. I miss Neil dearly. Before the Motor Law. Man, did they have that right or what, Barak? Cars becoming big, fat renditions of themselves? Man, did they get that right? Big, fat air cars, 2 lanes wide. God, they had that figured out in 1981. Yeah, that, man, they called that. Big, fat versions of themselves. They talk about that in the song, which is really cool. Suddenly ahead of me, across the mountains, a gleaming yellow air car shoots towards me, 2 lanes wide. Yeah, Don. Long time ago. That happened a couple years ago, dude. Nah, he's not dead. He just went home. That's right. Not Neil is not dead. He just went home. Ooh, a JAL 777. Is that what that said? Nice. Alright, so here's what we do now. We take this. Take these things, right? So copy these ones, and then these should just be able to go. Right? And then, let's go over here. Now these ones are a little bit crooked because the taxiway is crooked, but actually it probably would be better to just copy these. Right, now we take these and then we copy them again, flip them around. Place it, but now what we have to do you gotta flip the lettering, so switch back into the move it tool, get rid of that, right? Go back over here, copy this and place it right there. Sweet. Now our runways are indicated correctly. Big vents at the orbital tank farm near ship 20. Should I live a... Yeah, such a shame. Well, no, Neil didn't die. He just went home. Okay? He's not dead. He just went home. And I don't really... No one's going to change my mind. 25-minute warning if you're intending to start space news. Okay. Alright, let me get my line net. We need the thick single line. Not red. Center thick. There we go. Actually, give me a line that's based off of the guidelines for the runway here. Right, and then turn off road guidelines. These lines seem to be at 45, the chevrons. I made that go into the wrong area. And I just deleted the emergency plane thingamajigger. Dang it. Alright. You forgot to flip the letters on the signs on the taxiway. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Gotta be indicated correctly. That's 2-20. 2-20. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Copy this. Excellent. There we go. Yeah, this means I'm in anarchy mode, guys. That means I can free play stuff. That's all. Well. See, we could do the advanced taxiway indicators there if we want to do that. Center line thick. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go into the guidelines, right? Yeah, that's a much better way to do this. Yeah, we can do that way. Alright, road guidelines. So what's the spacing on these things? On the center, or the chevrons. Let's see if there's any rhyme or reason to it. Where are we? We're at O'Hare again. Or no, we're at Pearson, not O'Hare. Okay, displace threshold. Alright, well, let's see if we can just measure some distance here. What's the distance between these? 50 feet. Okay. It looks like the first one is always cut. Yeah. That was weird. Or, yeah. Okay, Google Earth. That's fine. Alright, let's, let's go look at my home airport. See, these ones are... So those are 100 feet apart. Okay. Do I have a 100-foot indicator? There's my 100-foot indicator. I literally just made this... line right here to indicate 100-foot marks. Maybe we should go every 50. 50 would probably look better. Now, see these ones here, obviously, right? They're gonna have to. And then what happens if we just copy that? Because, Ivan, you're right. They're definitely just like that, right? And then if we take this... Oh, come on. Let me select it. There we go. Excellent. Get rid of my rulers. I don't need those anymore. Look at that. I look up the FAA quick reference guide for runway markings and it lists chevrons at 50 feet point to point. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that too, Ivan. I did it exactly like that there. See, this is cool. I like this. About that Air Force One in the car park. Let me see. Air Force One mock-up parked at National Harbor. A full-size replica. How did it get there? That's crazy. The aircraft and barge reportedly departed from Quonset State Airport in Rhode Island, September 27th. The aircraft is a retired 747. Although it never served as an actual Air Force One, it has been painted and remodeled to look like the real thing. The idea is to give visitors a sense of what it feels and looks like to travel with the president. Cool. Yeah, they moved it by barge. So the cool thing is now... just got to get some sleight of hand so we don't select the runway threshold. Now we should be able to just copy this. There. Excellent. Awesome. You're losing a lot of money? It's alright. Sorry about the linked length. What's that, Yurovich? Oh yeah, there you go. Cool. Yeah, this looks good. Let's just save it up here. What is that? Badger. Oh, wait. Normally it's 100, but then it says 50-foot spacing may be used when length of area is less than 250 feet, in which case the first chevron starts at the index point. Oh, Well, we're not to spec then, but I already made it. We're not to spec, but I already did it. So now we can take our runway end lights, copy those. See, like I said, all we needed to do is just do this complicated stuff really just once. And then now we have end light indicators. And then let me go here. And I need to go to concrete. Yes, concrete, boy. There's the localizer for runway 20. Perfect. Oh, that looks cool, man. We got to do the approach lights and stuff too, chat, but we're definitely making progress. I don't need my indicators anymore. These were left over from measuring things. These peg lights that are on the side, we don't need those. This is awesome, man. And then the ILS template, we don't really need that right now either. Pretty cool, huh? If you want, I can get the FAA PDF quick reference guide to markings with spacing distances. Yeah, I have it downloaded somewhere. I just forget where it ended up. Yeah, do it. That'd be probably a good idea. It's looking Gucci. Look at that. Now, is that an airport runway or what, man? Yeah, baby. Dude, we even have the cells lined up so it lands on the hash marks, which is really cool. That's really, I think that's really neat. But yeah, Shatter helped me answer my question for like whether this would look good or bad. It's fine. Now, Tessa, you were telling me that, you know, we should put like some deflectors or something. I'm not sure you would put deflectors there. Are you going to place down the approach lights? I think we're going to have to. I mean, we already did all this work, man. Why would we not? Okay, so we got our vision. So yeah, see? These are the different indicators for runways. That's cool. Like, runways that you land a Cessna on don't need to be as complicated. There's your hash mark indicators. Displaced threshold markings right there. Runway aligned taxiway. The blast pad markings. Yeah, there you go. See? It's 100 feet if it's more than 250 feet long. If it's less than 250 feet, you use 50-foot spacers. So, you know what? Here. Let's get our measuring tool out. We are 280 feet long with the measuring tool, so here's what we're going to do. Bye-bye. I forgot that we could just do that. He's so cute. Bye-bye. So, guys, if you're wondering what I'm doing here and why I'm doing, like, what are you doing? Well, I'm using the new Airports DLC, and I'm making an airport that, I'm making an airport using a couple of airplane parts pack mods to work with the new terminals. And I wanted to make my airport correct. I wanted to make it look right. Taxiway, hold short, indicate, like all the markings that you'd see at an actual airport. I want to do mine to spec. I want mine to look right. Yeah, the enhanced taxiway centerline marking. Yeah, see? This is what I want. If you look at Frankfurt, one of the runways used for takeoff have a deflector as it backs onto a taxiway apron area. Yeah, but I don't think we'd put a deflector right here. I don't think we would do that. Yeah, that looks right. I'm eventually going to do that river shift thing here. What mod are you using for the concrete textures? I think it's just called... It's just called material brushes is what it's called, I think. Space is in an hour, right? I suppose. It's not just concrete, it's placeable textures. It's called brushes. Oh, those are crooked. Dang it. There's the blast pad. Threshold. How does this look from down here? Does it look right? I would say that looks right. Okay, keep looking up. Whoa! The other runway looks so plain now. Yeah, I get it. Plain. Haha. Sometimes I think I'd love to boldly go where no one's gone before, but I'd probably stay in Aurora. Plain. That's so cool. I think that's so neat. All right. Caps lock. Cruise control for cool. So, what I want to test now is if we put one-way indicators on the next to here. Yeah, see? Two-way taxi indicators should be okay. This should be fair game. Now, the real question is, can we do two-way... Can we do the two-way taxiway going in and out of these gates? I'm wondering. The reason why I want to use the modded taxiways is because they have lines built into them. Oh, that's a little tiny boy taxiway. I'm wondering what happens if we make this two-way, because that's the only way to get over here. Is it going to take a left? Nope. Where's that plane's path? Oh, he's going to the other terminal. What about you? That guy's still going to the other terminal. Let me just do some route pathing and check. Nope. Planes aren't using that two-way. They're not... Ow. I just hurt my back. Oh, boy. Okay. Some pics of my old car taking a gravelly point next to DCA as some planes take off. Hey, that's cool. Cool. Do you have an airport fire crash trainer? We have the model to do it. I have not implemented that yet. Yeah, it screwed the route pathing up. Okay, so... This one doesn't seem to, though. They still work on the one-ways, I think. Yeah, it's cool that this thing can use the... Oh, jeez. That corner might be a little... Might be a little too much. Who knows? I'm trying to see if planes are gonna path over here. Let's go into my route analyzer again. Nope. Oh, yep. There it goes. But I switched these back to one way. Interesting. I have the dark asphalt. We could do that, Edmana. Yeah, we could make that happen. No problem. Let's see, yeah, where the old taxiways connect into the new, it leaves like a void, it leaves like a gap. But that's good to know that we can use the one-way taxiways with lines, and I'm just gonna break what I just made, which is good. You know, that's nice. That's cool, man. Oh, that's not cool. Yeah, parts of this can't be like that. Alright. Well, that's good to know. In part of this, I have dark asphalt. I'm wondering what happens if we connect the dark asphalt like that. What does that look like? Ooh. Yeah, okay. You get some pretty nasty Z fighting. So that particular intersection right there is where we're gonna have to... We're gonna have to paint some of our own taxiways in there. But I like the idea of painting some of these like different colors, because that's what you see at a real airport, right? You never see everything like concurrent. Some parts were repaved at different times, so you see that. You know, you could tell what was added later and what was changed and stuff, which I think is really neat. See, like this taxiway was definitely not supposed to be there. They added this after the fact, and this was repaved. It's all different colors, which is cool. I like that. I think that's really neat. Yeah, I mean, and also this is Logan, so everything's all different colors at all times. By the way, in my game, I don't have the airplane path editor. Oh. Huh. That's weird. Oh, I like that. That's cool. It blends quite nicely, except for right there. How does the default taxiway work with this? Oh boy. Huh. Okay. Well, this is pretty neat. Alright. Used to be a mod that gets just added to stock. Yeah. Yeah. So... thick. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this, right? We're gonna put this line like right here, and then I'm gonna put the other node over here, and we should be able to, if I can select the stupid thing. Look at that. Now we're talking. Now you're speaking my language. So let me go back into LineNet here and we can... Now we got to get the side double. Here we go. Ready? Then we make another one here. Right? And then we do that. Take that. Line that guy up. Oh, this is so nice looking. I think we might need to move this line in a little bit. There we go. And now we just got to go back into LineNet. We got to do the same thing for the other side. This one should be really easy. Just boop. Nice. Pilots, how's that looking? Does that look the part? Question. If you don't have the taxiway line going to one side at the entrance of a runway, do you still mark it as 220? If you don't have a taxiway line going to one side of the entrance, I did that because this is how it would be in real life, not because planes enter from over here, from in cities, Ivan. Stayed at Holiday Inn Express. Did you arch your shoulders when you were there? No. Okay. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Hey, Steve, what's going on? Guys, these are two different colors. What colors do you see? This is where my eyes are not helping me at all. These ones are somewhat green, and the outsides are blue, right? Am I seeing that correctly? Oh, when you look at it like from this angle, yeah, okay. There's your taxiway lines. Cool. So we need blue. We need blue. Not far. I don't want. Let's do medium. Right? And then what we would want is medium, and this one would go down the center, right? Wait. Did I do that backwards? Yeah, I did it backwards. Didn't I? Yeah, see, this is why I can't be a freaking pilot, man. Those are really hard to tell the difference for me. I don't know about you guys. Like, I can tell that they're two different colors. I just don't really... Like, the amber ones are in... Or not the amber. These guys, these are the ones that are on the center line, if I'm looking at this right. Yeah, so this one... That one goes right here. And then the blue ones go on the outside. Come on. There we go. Well, that's going to be tough because we got to do that everywhere. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's probably not what you want in the center of the runway. They're not in-ground lights. They're on the sides. I don't know if we have in-ground green lights, and if I have to place individual in-ground green lights, I'm probably just going to say nope. You're probably just going to say, yeah, no. Yeah, we don't need to do that. It looks good, though. Yeah, it does look really nice. We have basic taxiway blue. We need the PV lights. Sweet. Yeah, the airport does have some pretty serious traffic. We also got to do the approach lights and stuff, fellas, but I think we've come a pretty long way today. This doesn't seem like much, but we're really making some pretty good progress there. This airport's going to be cool. It's going to be amazing. We got to work on the other runway, but the other runway shouldn't take as long, but I'm still debating whether we should move it out a little bit. You know what? You know what? I'm not debating anymore. Let's do it now. I've decided just now. Let's wait till the sun comes up. Then we'll fix that. Traffic? I don't see no stinking traffic. Yeah, we got to do like the blue lights here and stuff. Nah, don't destroy the river. We're too close, man. We're too close to the... If you want to take a break from doing that, we can go in here and do other stuff. Like, we can do some FBO stuff here. FBO didn't get me what I was looking for. There we go. Bye, river. If you guys... freaking thing. Flatbread truck. Not the right type of flatbread truck. Flatbread pizza truck. Let's see what we can see in here. Got hangars. We got the stop bars. There's the fuel truck. Cargo airport hub. We still should probably figure out how those things work, huh? No. There's a section where you can see, like, where there's a bunch of baggage trucks, but I don't know what they're called. Let's try ground. Okay, there's the runway signs. Those showed up. There's the jetway pipes. There's jet bridge stuff, oil stuff. Nope, that didn't pick it up. Also, shameless shout out for the find it tool. Cargo hub should be close to the train station and at least 6 stands for planes. I wanted to put the cargo hub over here. So, you know what? We'll diagram out that right now. So we could just use the regular editor. I'm gonna make a new... Ooh, excuse me. I'm gonna make a new train line for this. Should we put the cargo hub on this side, guys, or should we put it on this side? I think this side probably would be better. Trees. Trees. Be gone. Be gone. You know what? We'll do that. Yeah, we'll mess with the cargo hub now. Yeah, this area is pretty dang flat. So let me get my district zoning tool out and we will... Satisfying. No necesito, Ivan. Where's the train track in the area? I am going to run a train track here. The track is going to take a right and it's going to go under the bridge, cross the river, come in here. There's going to be a stop for the station. And then the freight line, it'll probably be a double track to handle the traffic between passenger and freight. Then the freight line will go down here. It'll go underneath right here. And then it'll turn in right here. In fact, I'll work on the right of way right now. We may need to blast. Bye-bye. There we go. Cool. All right. Cargo terminal, huh? Let's see. I gotta see how it's placed. Give me 1 second. So, okay. Yeah, I needed to see how it was placed, dudes. I can update with an idea for the new runway. Are you able to completely deviate the river to make space? Move the river? Not really, no. The only really option would be to hollow out this side. This river is flowing a lot of water, man. Houston, thanks for the raid, dude. Okay. Alright, refund me there. Okay, give me some taxiways here. Trust me. Alright, ignore the triangles for a second. And then... I'm gonna try to make this look like a cargo ramp. So a lot of open space, basically. Roger, ignoring the blue triangles. Yep, yep. Now give me the cargo terminal. Bear with me. I'm using it as a guide. And that broke it. That's good. That's good. So that broke that. Yeah. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Alright, so let's just try to place it and hope that the stupid thing is straight. Let me get the airplane stands. You said, you guys said we should have 6. That's what you were saying? Oh, damn. How's the cargo terminal going to connect? You don't need the cargo terminal to use cargo planes if you don't want to. Oh, really? Yeah, we would probably want to keep the cargo terminal separate from everything else, though, fellas. Yeah, we should probably do that. Yeah, you're gonna want to keep it separate. Trucks clog up the roads, and the last thing you need there is it clogging up an already clogged airport loop. You don't, you can just put, you could just use the roads. Really? I work at an international airport with 30-meter PAX 2019 airside. I'm not sure what that means, GLaDOS. So wait, you're telling me I could just use the... So wait, what's the point of the cargo roads? Oh, 30 million passengers in 2019. So... Airport cargo train station. So what the hell are these roads for then? Like I don't understand. What's the point of this road? You need the cargo road, but not the terminal, and you can connect it to external links. Okay. Alright, I got you. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down, chat. Alright, so the first thing that I would want to put down then is a cargo road. Let's put down the cargo road. Then we'll put down the stalls. It's like one. Okay, I think I got it figured out. I think. Alright, I gotta redo that cargo road because it's not the right length. But don't worry, it shouldn't be too hard to frick with here. Man, that is a wide freaking road. I kind of want the big road. Kind of want the big road because we freaking can. So get rid of this. And make the taxiways do this. And then bingo. Okay. I'm going to turn this all off because it's not really ready yet. That's interesting that you don't need the cargo terminal. Like, what are those big blocks on the cargo roads? They look like general aviation storage facilities, but yeah, I guess it's just cargo area. I guess this area, this thing can store cargo, I guess? Maybe? Maybe they're warehouses or something? All right. All right, how we connect the cargo terminal and everything else is going to, yeah, that's going to be a little strange, I think. We're not totally symmetrical here, but that's okay. Keep the GSV. The rest of the materials, PK. Okay. How's the airport going? Good, drummer. Check it out. I finished the approach for 20, or the runway area for 20, and then all the markings for everything. Shatter helped me out with it. It looks good, man. It really looks good. We'll, have the localizer in there. I have the threshold and everything, and it's cool because, like I said, the stock airplanes and the stock airport DLC works pretty dang well with the. It works pretty well with the modded runways. They even use the modded taxiways. See, that one has lines on it already, so I don't need to put more lines on it. which is pretty cool. You got plenty of space for a second loop. Yeah. Yeah. The real question is, do we keep the trucks separate from the main car traffic, or do we tee the road in over here? Are we gonna put de-icer pads in? I don't see why we shouldn't. I mean, it's not, we're not in an icy area, Lorenz, like, but yeah. Like, this is the temperate climate biome, I think. So, I don't think we necessarily need to, but who knows? As far as I can tell, the cargo airport does not generate much traffic. Okay. Here, let's go over here. Hangar. This isn't like, these aren't anything. These hangars are freaking tiny. Yeah, see, and then we gotta bridge that gap there with some concrete. So give me that and copy it, and then just put that sucker down right there. Give me the pipe to some of these hangars there. There we go. Sweet. Cool. Just tee it in and continue the building? Okay. Yeah, we could do that. Usually cargo is on a separate loop. Let me look back at oh crap, it's almost 5. Yeah, we gotta get going soon. So here's the cargo terminal over here for Logan. That's a lot of cargo. And then there's the cargo ramps. And then on the other side, you have just a regular, well, there's your cargo road. And then that goes down this past Terminal A. And it either goes, oh wonder. Dude, I'm looking at this. How the hell do you get back on the highway? That's an off-ramp. Is there any way? Okay, so the trucks can take a right there, and they can get back onto the highway. All right. And the trucks can enter the airport loop there. Or they can go this way through East Boston. No. Oh boy, dude, there's always traffic going into the tunnels here, going into the Sumner and the Callahan tunnels, or where Route 1 goes through. There's always traffic right here. Always. Without fail. Every freaking time. And there's always a truck that's right here. The last time I drove on this road, a truck drove down here and figured out that he was too tall for the tunnel, and they had to back the truck out, stop both lanes of traffic, back the truck out, and then drive it this way. Now I know why. There's always traffic here from trucks, because the cargo terminal, the way the cargo terminal is set up, it basically forces them over there. It forces them to Route 1 unless you want to go this way. If you want to go that way through 90, that goes all the way over here. And the next exit for that is the Mass Pike. And if you don't need to go in that direction, if you need to go north out of here, oh jeez. Or if you need to go east, oh, that's even worse. Oh my god. I always wondered. I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, why the hell is there so much traffic? Like, why do the trucks always go? Because that's the only place they have to go. They could get back up on Route 1 over here. They literally keep the trucks off the highway. There's not many ways for it to get in except for right there. Tomorrow that'll be all white. Stay safe. Yeah, you're telling me, dude. And this is after they fixed it, Solace. You don't want to know what it looked like before. This makes sense comparatively to what was there previously. That's what was there before. Yeah, Solace, Nice, Ivet. Yeah, see, this is when they started, quote-unquote, fixing everything. They totally clobbered Terminal A. They demolished that thing. They said, yeah, this is good, but no. They left B, and they left C, and that's the old international terminal. This is a really old picture. I mean, it says 95 up there. Look at the difference. Whoa. Well, that's different. I mean, like, look. Freaking... Oh, my goodness. Ugh. And it's funny because the cargo terminal always was going that way, which is hilarious. They didn't change it. They didn't change anything. Good, Gorgon, thank you. 31-month reset. They didn't change anything. Look at how it was before. It's just an off-ramp. Oh, frick that. Frick that, man. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is way better. Even though this looks a little bit more complicated. I'll take this. I'm curious how the infrastructure underground changed also. Well, Drummer, this is from the Big Dig. Big infrastructure project in Boston. Like multi-billion-dollar infrastructure project. So, Boston, if you wanted to get to the airport, dudes, let me just put it to you like this. If you wanted to get to the airport, say you're coming in from Newton. You're coming in on I-90. I-90 stopped right here. You used to stop right there. Okay? And then, if you wanted to get to the airport, The only way to get to East Boston, where the airport was, is through those little tunnels that I showed you. That was the only way to get there if you were getting there from the city. 2 small 2-lane tunnels. That's it. The Sumner and the Callahan tunnel. That's it. That's all. That's the only way. That's the only way to get out to the airport. Now you tell me if that's a good idea. And that forced all the traffic right through the downtown part of the city. It's downtown. It's already crowded. So all the airport traffic got flooded right into the financial district, right? Which is downtown. And you know when people say, "Oh, Boston is based off of cow paths," this is what they're referring to, this part of the city. So it was already a freaking huge cluster in there. They built a gigantic elevated road in the 50s that went right through here called the Central Artery, right? And the Central Artery basically connected everything together. Here, you could probably see it if we go to like 95. Yeah, there it is. And once again, if you wanted to get to the airport, that on-ramp, taking a sharp right going in, was the only way. That was the only way to get to the airport. That one ramp. That's it. Because one of the tunnels goes this way and the other one goes that way, right? And simultaneously, all the influx that you get from people coming from the airport pops out over here. You get up there. If you want to go the other way, you have to get here, and then you have to go down here, and you have to go underneath, and then you have to get back. It was a mess. A mess. It was terrible. Just absolutely terrible. So what the big dig is removing all that from the equation. They dug a new tunnel called the Ted Williams Tunnel. They dug a new tunnel, and it goes right in here. It goes underneath the Fort Point Channel right here. There's the exit ramps for it right there. There's an exit right here, and then it pops out. They finished that part first. And then there's an open area that you can see the highway is nice and open right here. This is because this was the staging area for digging the tunnel. So they pop the tunnel out here. It's open air for a second, and then you pop in, and it goes underneath the main harbor inlet. Not an easy thing to do. Not an easy thing to do. Couple of reasons. The tunnel straight up goes underneath like 20 railroad lines. Yeah, there's a tunnel like directly underneath these. And it's marshy soil. Yeah, they had to freeze the railroad tracks. Seriously, they put an air conditioning system into the ground, installed an air conditioner into the ground right here to freeze the train tracks and the road and the train track bed so it wouldn't collapse when they went to dig underneath it. San Francisco had an elevated freeway with the same situation, got rid of the freeway after the 80s earthquake, and now it's a disaster. Oof. Hammer nails. So then they had to make it go under the Fort Point Channel, and they had a casting basin that was, well, it's gone now. You could probably see it. There's a huge casting basin in here. Yeah, here's the casting basin. And in the casting basin, it was basically a big dry dock. And what they did was they built the tunnel in prefabricated segments. And then they floated them into position here and then sank them. And then connected the tunnel in. You can kind of see them doing work in the casting basin here. Let's see if you could see one of the prefab segments. No, not really. And then so when they finished the tunnel, they filled the casting basin in and then connected it towards over here. Over here, once again, that was the staging area. They dug that way. There's the ventilation area for it. They connected it in, and then they did the same thing over here. The tunnel comes out at the bottom of the harbor, and they sank tunnel pieces in prefabricated segments underwater and then connected them. It's actually really cool. The Big Dig was an awesome engineering project. My uncle worked on it. My uncle worked on moving dirt and stuff for the project. Yeah. It's really, really cool stuff. And then that tunnel goes under here. It's dug out right here. And then the prefabricated segments go from here to about here. And then they kept digging it out here. And the highway drummer goes underneath Terminal A, might I add. It goes underneath Terminal A. This Terminal A concourse actually goes under. There's an underground tunnel, a walkway, so you can get from there to there, which is actually pretty gnarly. And then it pops out over there and loops around and goes into the airport. That bypass alone saved insane amounts of time. It used to take like 3 hours to get to the airport. Now it really takes 1. It's still bad. Don't get me wrong. It's still terrible, but it's getting there. They're one of the first to use slurry to solidify the ground. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, they just shoved it into a hill. That's, yeah, goalie. It's kind of like that. Only they did that underwater. It's a pretty awesome project, guys. Yeah. So, I think Google Earth took a dump on me. It did. But yeah, there you go. There's a secret route, EJ. Ever get to take the South Boston bypass? South Boston bypass. Not 100% familiar. The bypass to Southie. It's in the seaport. It's underneath the seaport district, right? Where you could split lanes and you can... Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Commercial traffic only. It splits the neighborhood right along the tracks. I think I know what you're talking about. That sucker? This guy? Aldezert? Yeah, right by the convention center. Yeah, this road, the bypass. Yeah, that's it. It goes with the tracks. Yeah, I know about that. There's also another tunnel, dudes. There's another tunnel that goes from here. It goes over here, and then it pops out over here somewhere. I forget exactly where it is. And then they, you know what? I forget the reason. My uncle was telling me about this. They dug a tunnel. There's another tunnel that was part of the big dig, and I totally forget the reason why it's there, but there's a tunnel that goes like 6 or 7 miles out here. I have no idea why it's there, and I don't know how long it is. I know there's a tunnel that goes this way. Yeah. It's I don't know if it's a sewer discharge tunnel, Jim. I forget. But I know there is another tunnel that goes out into the harbor. My uncle was telling me about it. I'd have to ask him. Isn't it a runoff tunnel? Dude, I don't remember. It could be the sewage tunnel to the sewage treatment plant. Yeah, but why would you need that?